Well, you're looking downtown St. Louis right now. Rain coming down around the metro area. Boy, there's a lot of it falling around St. Louis at this point. Severe thunderstorms, they're pretty much down to our southwest. Although we do have the heavy rain in St. Louis, look to the southwest of town. You've got the stronger thunderstorms right now down into Franklin County and down into Gasconade County. These two storms are working into an area that hasn't been as disturbed by the bigger thunderstorms that we saw in the metro earlier. And the southern parts of the metro, which overall haven't seen a whole lot of active weather across the southern parts of the metro, these storms have your name on them. So they're going to work right up 44 and impact the southern half of the metro area. Storm back there towards Canaan really producing some hail, some gusty winds. They also have some rotation. This storm's coming in right now towards Union. That's where we're really starting to pick up that heavier rain and probably some hail. That'll be moving in towards Gray Summit, Pacific, and eventually it slides across the county line and into St. Charles or St. Louis County and western portions of Jefferson County and perhaps next portions of St. Charles County. Now, having said that, you still look at a lot of rain around the immediate metro area. This is heavy rainfall around the immediate metro. None of this is severe, but it's noisy. You have a lot of cloud to ground lightning. We have those storms continuing to push off towards the north and northeast. And again, the main severe weather threat at this point is from a wind standpoint around St. Louis, along with the potential for a spin up with a possible tornado out of some of these storms. There's a look again downtown St. Louis where the rain continues to fall at this hour and coming down at a pretty good clip. Kind of want to show you what's going to happen here in a few minutes, but I wanted to see if we could get a little bit of lightning in there because we have seen it, but not going to happen for us. Of course it wouldn't. It happened just before we went there. Here's a look at what's going on with this forecast for the rest of the night. The storms that are around now, they're going to still linger. There's a few more we have to get through back to our west. They'll be coming in as we head towards midnight, 1 o'clock. So you may still have some severe weather in the area between 12 and 1 as we get more of a blob or a broken line of these stronger thunderstorms. And that's why that tornado watch is in effect through at least midnight tonight. Could be a little bit longer, but at least midnight tonight. We're also tracking these storms that are down into southwest Missouri. They do have tornado warnings with them. There's a confirmed observed tornado that's on its way towards the Springfield, Missouri area. So that line of storms is also something we will have to contend with as we head through tonight. I want to give you a kind of an overview, if I can find it in my system, of what we kind of have going on across the bi-state region, because we're still warm and muggy. I mean, it's the first day of April. We were in the low 80s this afternoon. We're still close to 70. Dew points are in the 60s. It's still pretty muggy out there, and that's conducive for this kind of weather, especially when you look to the north and west and you see those temperatures in the lower 40s back towards Omaha, Lincoln, and Des Moines. So you have the boundary set up across the bi-state region, and it's the battleground for these storms as we head through this evening. Now, again, for the next hour or two, we're going to have active weather around St. Louis. We're not sure how intense these storms are going to be, but we're not leaving you until, we know that the threat of severe weather has come to a complete and utter end across the bi-state area, and that's going to take a bit. In fact, these storms that are down along 44, looking even a little bit stronger, just since we started recording this a few minutes ago. This will be posting to the web. But we're watching and tracking these storms as they move along to the north and northern. So they're updating it, or are they issuing a new one? Okay, so they're going to do the tornado watch until 3 a.m. So you know where we'll be. We'll be right here. Let's see if that's going to change this. Oh, look at that. Pop that on there. I don't think that's changed yet, but that's what they're going to do. So we will get a new tornado watch that goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. So, we'll be right here with you, walking you through these storms through the rest of the night. Just checking. Let's see. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything and see if they added anything. Okay, so they're going to do the 3 a.m. When did they put that out? Well, anyway, they're going to go, the tornado watch is going to get extended until 3 a.m. It's kind of what we're getting out of that. We may get another one, but at least that one would be extended until 3 a.m., the one that's here, until we can get all of this stuff out of here. So that's what we have right now. Again, just to give you kind of the view of how this is expected to play out. This is our future cast going through this evening, and you can see numerous showers and thunderstorms. Really, we got to watch, first of all, anything that pops up on the southern side of all of these systems, and especially if it pops up in an area where we haven't seen much in the way of rain, because then the storm's wide open to getting all of the ingredients ingested into it and can become a problematic situation. So they're basically putting out a new tornado watch, and it is going to cover much of the same areas that are already under that, but it looks like it does get expanded to include St. Francis and St. Genevieve County, and perhaps it looks like it's going to also include Randolph County in Illinois, so counties that weren't included, and that will go until 3 a.m. And you see our timeline here taking us until 1 o'clock, and you see those storms are still hanging on, even through the evening hours until we get to 2 o'clock. So that tornado watch, pretty much we can add Dent County in that, and I think we've already added the other counties that were going to get added to it. So we can add Dent County. That really is the only 3 counties this is different from the other ones. St. Francis, St. Genevieve, and Randolph counties are now in the watch, and we can change that to be now through 3 a.m. as the watch is now extended through 3 a.m. So thanks, Gary, for making that change. Again, around St. Louis right now, you've got rain. There's a lot of it. The severe weather threat is mostly from the metro area and down along 44. Those are the storms we're going to watch, and we'll keep you updated. We're going to leave this stream going throughout the night, and we'll pop in here briefly from time to time to keep you all updated. Okay. Hey, for those of you that are watching on 5 Plus, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the city of St. Louis, northern Jefferson County, and a good chunk, almost all of St. Louis County at this point. Again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, gusty winds, potential for some hail in there, but I think the main threat's probably going to be the gusty winds with this. But it does include much of the metro area as these storms are marching up Highway 44. So we're going to pop in on TV here in just a minute and get you caught up with some of that. But this is kind of where that is. And I don't like how this storm is, the way you see how wavy it is here. You know, you see those when it's got those little notches, and those are signs that it is, you know, maybe bowing out. So you're going to have some wind with it. So if we kind of just place this in the center of that polygon, there's your time frame on where this is going to be. Pond out in West St. Louis County just before 11 o'clock, just after 11 o'clock. In Eureka, in Baldwin, just after 11 o'clock. Lemay about 11:28, and into St. Louis at 11:35. So again, tracking these storms in and around the metro St. Louis area now as they continue to slide in and produce the potential for severe weather across the area. So these are strong to severe thunderstorms. The focus really has shifted to be along Highway 44 and into the metro St. Louis area that we're watching. So we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings lined up and 2 storms that are pretty much responsible for those severe thunderstorms. So we continue to track these storms for you right now. Yes, whenever you get to it. We won't be on there long for you, Jeffrey, because this is just a base severe thunderstorm warning. So for those of you wondering at home, we're going to pop on here on TV in just a second. That's why you kind of have this pause, and we have chit-chat going on with different people. Hail and wind seems to be the main threat with these storms. Oh, there's a tequila commercial on TV. Huh. All righty. And here's a 5 on your side storm alert update. Your Weather First team tracking another severe thunderstorm warning for you tonight, and that does include the metro area now. As we've been talking about these severe thunderstorms just kind of marching up Highway 44 into the metro area, and so now the storm that was in Franklin County is now starting to move into St. Louis County, and because of that, we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is now extended into St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County, and into the city of St. Louis. That's going to run until about 11:45. So you can see these storms, they're just lining right up along Highway 44. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for the city of St. Louis County, northern Jefferson County, Franklin County, and back into Gasconade County, the southern portions of these storms kind of drifting along. They also have some torrential rainfall. Here's what we're looking at in the metro area right now. And again, it's this area out around Villa Ridge, out around St. Albans. This is probably the most important part of this storm. I'm going to track it for you over the next 15 or 20 minutes as to where we expect it to be as it's coming into Wildwood and Pacific now. These are your, next 15 to 20 minute threat areas going from Grover to Baldwin and then to Manchester about 6 minutes after 11 and into Kirkwood and Sunset Hills by about 11:16, 11:17 or so. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings, gusty winds, some hail in here. There is the possibility that some of these storms may rotate before the night is done, so that tornado watch extended until 3 a.m. for you. We'll continue streaming on 5 Plus and on KSTK.com. And of course, we'll be back with you here during the Tonight Show if we need to be. You're watching 5 on your side. Weather First, Storm Alert. All right, for those of you watching around St. Louis, yeah, you see these storms coming in. The one that's out around Pacific right now is pretty impressive as it pushes towards the metro St. Louis area. Folks down in Springfield are dealing with some pretty nasty storms down there. Well, they expired that morning down there. Or is it that they have a new? Oh. Oof. Okay. In Greene County. All right. So Springfield, Missouri's had some tornadoes tonight. They were able to confirm one, but now it looks like they're done. They're done now? It looks like it. It said they said the one at Springfield, they were expiring it with no evident thing. Huh. Interesting. Maybe there's a different one. Interesting. Oops. Okay. So, anywho, for those of us around the metro St. Louis area, you know, the winds in here are not completely crazy. Just kind of do a little velocity scan in there. You're not seeing anything that's really incredibly bright and bold. So you don't have any bright greens, you don't have any bright reds up against each other. So we don't see a lot of wild circulations in here. And the winds, you know, they could be stronger than they are. So that's kind of a good thing, that we're not seeing anything worse than what we're seeing there. We'll go back to this other storm that's down here just to the south of Gerald, probably getting some hail in there. Put the hail scope on. Yeah, a little bit of hail in there, maybe a little bit of hail towards Pacific, but I don't think, honestly, I don't think the hail is kind of really the main threat with these storms. I think it's more of a gusty wind scenario, and they're putting down an awful lot of rain too as they are moving off towards the east-northeast. So there's your look along 44 coming into the metro area. More heavy rainfall right now. Your severe weather threat as you go to the north and northwest of St. Louis, in general, it's kind of eased up here towards Pike County, towards Lincoln County. But for the St. Louis area, along and south of the Missouri River, we keep that tornado watch going until 3 o'clock. There's your two tornado warnings that they have down there in and around the Springfield, Missouri area with those storms coming in. One's northeast of town, and they're confirming that they are observed tornadoes. We got to get through that too. That cluster is going to impact our southern counties here as we head into the hours after midnight. So that's why we're going to keep watching these storms. Again, for the metro St. Louis area, it's all about strong gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, and maybe even a little stronger, and some hail up to the size of a quarter. What we aren't seeing is a large number of power outages, and that's a really good sign because that usually indicates you've had a lot of tree damage if you get a lot of power outages. So we're not seeing that. So that in and of itself is kind of a good thing here. So we continue with our severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a new one for Franklin County, which is kind of the one that takes over for the storm that's now coming out of Gasconade County. So you got them doubled up and back to back here as we go through the next hour or so, and then maybe a little bit of a break after that, and then that business that's back there in southwest Missouri around Springfield will start heading our way. So a lot of heavy rain with these storms. I don't think we're getting a lot of, we're certainly not getting a lot of reports of damage from this as these storms are moving through. I'm just going to kind of look and see what we got here. Some of our weather sites around the area. See if anybody's reporting any crazy winds or anything. I mean, we did gust earlier today to 61 out there at Spirit. Now it's a north to northwest wind that's gusting at 33 miles per hour. Let's look at Washington, Missouri, and see what we pop up there. They have some heavier rain in Washington, Missouri, and the wind there has turned to the north-northwest as well, gusting to about 20 miles per hour, so a little unsettled. How about out at Lambert? Just kind of looking around. Get the observations here. Severe thunderstorm warning, city of St. Louis County, northern Jefferson County, Franklin County, Gasconade County. Again, it looks like some hail, maybe to the size of quarters, and some gusty winds 50 to 60 miles per hour, although we're not seeing the winds gusting that strong right now. Lambert's gusted to 33 this past hour, and it's pouring rain, 32 hundredths of an inch in the last hour, so a third of an inch in the last hour. Gary, your pond is going to fill up. You know, we do need some rain for most of us. For some of us, it's a little too much at once, particularly off to the north and northeast of St. Louis. You get up in that area that's around Jersey County, Carlinville, Nokomis. You know, they've had some pretty heavy rainfall here through the course of the evening hours. And so that really does start to add up. And they've not been in as bad of a drought. So they get too much rain and then they end up with flooding problems. Meanwhile, the areas that have been pretty dry have had a hard time getting rain. I'm looking over down in Cahokia. Looks like we've only had, you know, not even a tenth of an inch of rain in Cahokia just across the river from downtown St. Louis. So, you know, it's one of those scenarios here where some spots are, you know, feast or famine. Some spots really have it, some don't have much at all. But these are the storms coming through the metro area. Potentials there along 44 out here, just passing through Pacific, coming in towards Eureka right now. So this is coming in towards Six Flags. Really starting to pick up some gusty winds at the leading edge of that. Maybe some hail there in Wildwood. You know, out along Highway 100. Out towards St. Albans. Looks pretty active to me, out along Manchester Road in West County. That's Haney Spring there. High Ridge, Arnold. You're going to get in on some of it. I know I had somebody ask me earlier, Gary, if there's going to be big hail in Arnold. And we don't know where it was going to be, but we knew there'd be some somewhere. But so far, it's eluded most of the southern parts of the metro area. These are the storms that are going to have a little more of an impact in the southern parts of the metro area as they move on through during the course of this evening. Again, it's thunderstorms, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, or at least a fair amount of cloud to ground lightning with these storms as they're sliding on through. There you go, we'll pop it back on. And I'll make them a little bigger so you can see. Kind of put it into motion. The lightning is a good indication that we do have some hail in those storms. So that's kind of where we are at the moment, the potential there of some hail with these storms as we continue through the evening hours. And maybe some wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. Everything's moving northeast. It's kind of along and north of 44 until it gets to about St. Clair and into Gray Summit, and then it kind of got right along the highway, and it's going to roll right along the Merrimack River here going through South St. Louis County. So you have this whole band, and the good thing is we're not seeing individual spinning supercells that are showing up, and we're kind of in that time frame where maybe we've lost a bit of our instability and some of the problems that we have, you know, traditionally with more of an afternoon or early evening kind of thing. So any ingredient that we can take out of the mix, we'd be happy to lose because that bodes better for us. But again, city of St. Louis, most of St. Louis County, you're going to be looking at this heavy rain. You're going to be looking at some gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour in spots, not everywhere. You're going to look for some hail, maybe up to the size of quarters. We're not seeing anything that would be indicative of, you know, larger or much larger hail. And then you've got that next cell that's working its way now out of southwestern and south central parts of Franklin County. That too is tracking across areas that have already seen the heavier rain along 185, and that's going to be into St. Clair and Union here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So you'll get another round of heavy rain and some gusty winds with that as it slides off to the north and to the east. And there's continued development back to the west and southwest. And again, these storms that are down there towards Springfield, Missouri, they do have tornadoes with them, and they are causing problems. So that storm there around Fair Grove, they actually confirmed a tornado or observed a tornado with that. And so there's a pretty good size area here down to our southwest that we just have to monitor these storms, because they're going to be pushing into Phelps County and eventually into Crawford and Washington County. Maybe even coming up, they most likely will track just a little farther south or southeast from what we're seeing right now. So each band of showers and thunderstorms kind of taking a little farther south track as we go through. So they're watching the cumulative outflow. Very interesting. Yeah, they're watching that outflow surge along that boundary to see if it can take into account. Very interesting. Did you see that, Gary? Yeah. To see if it can latch onto the boundary. You know, anytime you have a storm, and when we talk about this periodically, but anytime you have a storm and it's like one of these storms that's got some intensity to it, it's a pretty good sized storm, and you take that storm and you have it interact with a boundary. You know, if it's a wind shift line, if it's some sort of front or residual front, and in this case, you've got the outflow from the earlier thunderstorms that's kind of lining up here. And if this part of the storm, which already has some kind of broad rotation, can interact with that boundary enough to cause that, you know, circulation to tighten up a little bit, then we have the potential of having tornado. And we don't see it happening right at this very moment, but that's the area that we definitely would watch for something like that, and that's, you know, the concern. Boundaries and storms. We do not like thunderstorms to go across any boundary at the surface, because it can enhance that spin in the atmosphere and within the storm and cause big problems. And we'd prefer not to have big problems tonight. I mean, I think I speak for the majority. We don't want anything any worse than what we've already had. So far, the damage across the region has been fairly limited. I mean, if we just stop this and we look at the storm reports, and I'll zoom in for you. We don't have a lot. You know, there's a few reports of some hail here and there. We've had some gust wind damage from about Chesterfield Mall up not too far, I guess Sorrento Springs in that area, you know, out along Olive, and some wind gusts out there in Washington, Missouri, some trees down. But we really haven't had, you know, what you would consider severe weather on a widespread basis tonight. It's not like the hail that we had 2.5 weeks ago, where you had, you know, 200 reports of 3-inch hail. So that's the good news, is that so far, you know, while these storms are strong, while they're a threat, while they're a problem, they could be a whole heck of a lot worse. And we'll see if we get there through the overnight hours. I'm doubtful we will, but we're going to stick here with you and kind of keep you up to date on what's happening as we head through these overnight hours. So I'll take off those storm reports now. There weren't that many of them anyway. So the severe thunderstorm warning, city of St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County. Got to kind of watch that area along 44 from Eureka to Valley Park, heading up towards Sunset Hills, pushing up towards Shrewsbury into South City. That's the area we'll watch. And then, you know, the area around Fenton too. And then you've got the storms that are still pretty intense out there around Union and down just to the north of Sullivan. A lot of cloud ground lightning with that little cluster too. In fact, more so than what we're seeing with the storms in and around the metro area. And then, you know, you've got that another little cell that's kind of bubbling up there south of Canaan, far southern portions of Gasconade County. That's going to head towards the Japan area in southwestern Franklin County over the course of the next couple of hours. I don't think we can discount just how heavily it's raining around the metro area right now. That's a lot of rain in North St. Louis County at the moment. A lot of rain in North St. Louis County at the moment. Pine Lawn, Belnor, Bell Ridge, Overland, this whole area here of North County really taking a drenching at this point. Jennings, Wellston's got the heavy rain. Take that back along 270 out here in Town and Country, in De Pere, picking up some of that heavier rain. And then you run into maybe some hail out there along Highway 109. Maybe, just maybe some hail. Let's pop on the velocity here, just kind of look. You know, there's nothing that screams that this is, you know, horrific. But they are strong storms, and you should stay inside and away from windows and doors while they're sliding through. I mean, it's the logical thing. We're looking at winds here showing up on the radar, you know, around 40, 45 miles per hour, maybe a little higher in pockets, especially around that Valley Park area. Just kind of looking at different things. Pop that back on. Well, TVS showing up at an odd spot there, Gary. Time for that. So, you know, we're just going to keep watching these storms. They have some hail. They have some gusty winds, but, you know, it just doesn't look like the winds are, you know, lining up. Well, the worst of it is not lining up with where you would expect it to be if you wanted to see really, really bad weather. And we don't want to see really, really bad weather. I mean, that's...
A lot of these storms almost look identical now as they ride that boundary.
Yeah, riding right along the front. So, you know, you kind of get to explore with us. There's the warnings. We'll give you the one. Whoops. I don't know if it's going to give me the warning. So that's severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin County. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for that storm that's now moved into St. Louis County, northern Jefferson County. And then you've got the remnants of that little warning there until, well, it's about to expire out there in Franklin County. So a lot of heavy rain around the St. Louis area right now. Gusty winds, maybe 30 to 50 miles per hour. You know, if you guys have reports, do send them our way, because we're kind of relying on y'all. You know, it's dark, we can't see but so much. I'm just kind of looking through stuff, Gary. Seeing if I'm missing anything. I think we're doing pretty good. So the tornado watch, kind of the biggest news here in the last hour or so is that the tornado watch has been expanded to go until 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's going to be around until 3. We still have a couple of stronger storms in and around the St. Louis area. Nothing is all that severe. I mean, there's severe storms, but just, you know, the base severe thunderstorm. There's nothing in there crazy. Jeffrey, are you in there in the control room? I don't know if we have a break coming up soon on network. We could always pop on TV during a network break if we can cover it up. So we're still tracking these storms here. So, okay, you want to cover up this break? If they're, is it a local break or is it a national break? Okay, well, I say ask the hub if we can go at the end of this commercial. Not the break, not the block, just the end of the commercial. Gary, these things look like they're starting to spin more.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
I see more, especially on that, I see especially with that boundary they're talking about.
Yeah. Uh-oh, looks like they're exploring it.
You know, I think you could say for a while, you could say, why did they issue another tornado watch for us? But you can kind of see them now.
Yeah.
And it's kind of surprising because it's moving over that area where we saw it rain, and we were hoping that was going to kind of kill some of this area a little bit, and it really isn't doing that.
Yep.
And we're getting some pea-sized hail in Baldwin.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. It's pea-size in Baldwin.
Pea-sized hail in Baldwin.
This says the algorithm is showing, 2-inch hail, 2.75.
I'm just looking at some of the texts from our people.
This is a 5 on your side. Weather first storm alert as we continue through the evening hours. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now around the metro area. Okay. We do have the severe thunderstorm warnings around the metro area now. That includes St. Charles or St. Louis County, northern Jefferson County, and the city of St. Louis. That's probably the strongest storm. There's another one back in Franklin County. They're kind of just forming along and riding along this boundary and this train just coming right into the metro area. We've seen some reports of upwards of pea-size hail. Gary was just telling me a minute ago, pea-size hail was reported out around Baldwin, but the radar would suggest that hail's a little bit larger in the Baldwin area. And so, that's one of the reasons why these warnings are continuing, because the radar is estimating that as this storm is coming in towards Des Peres, we may have hail that's larger than quarters with it. We may also have some gusty winds. The radar look at this, even though we're not getting any severe weather reports, just the radar look of this storm system is rather impressive. And there is a little bit of a boundary that it's riding along here that's kind of settled down from the earlier showers and thunderstorms. So anytime you have a storm that has ample moisture, humidity, and ingredients for severe weather, and then you cross it over a border, then there's the potential you could get some spinning in that storm and it could become problematic. We're not seeing that right at this very moment, but it's certainly something that could happen. So again, we continue with that severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis City, St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County, and then we go back to the west and look at this next cell, and this is the one that's out to the west of St. Clair, southwest of Union, south of 50 here. This is where we're getting some larger hail with that. And again, this is pushing off towards the east, towards Highway UU, and it's going to head over towards Highway 47. That's a severe thunderstorm as well. And behind that, no warnings on that cell in southern Gasconade County, but you can tell it's kind of bubbled up and strengthened just a little bit over the last hour or so. So most of what we're seeing in the metro area isn't severe. It's very heavy rainfall along with some gusty winds. But we want to keep you updated, and we are on 5plus and KSDK.com, keeping you awake through the night and keeping everybody up to speed on what's going on. No imminent big-time severe weather, but definitely the potential that some of these storms have some gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, and maybe hail up to the size of quarters. So do what you can to protect your property. We'll be watching this storm here as it comes through Kirkwood, as it comes towards Shrewsbury and goes towards Afton for any potential spin. If you're nervous and these storms are making you uncomfortable and it's just causing you a great deal of anxiety. If you want to go to your safe place in South County to be just more at ease, that's okay. You do you. All right, so we just want you to be safe and give you the information you need to know. We're going to keep tracking these storms through the remainder of the evening. Gary Frank's here, and actually Mike Bush and Kelly Jackson are sitting over here, just in case something were to go abruptly wrong with the weather world. And we hope that's not the case, but we're here for you. Right now, we're going to go back to network, and we'll stick with 5 Plus and KSDK.com. This is 5 on your side. Oh, that storm just takes an interesting turn here.
Yeah.
Dimes.
I guess you could see that they got a ton of pea-sized hail. Looks like they're getting a lot. Let me look at what video we're getting here.
Kevin's at his house.
Yeah.
Where's that pea-sized hail coming from?
Baldwin.
Winchester, Baldwin. Let me look. I just got a video of some of it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
No, well, could be.
It's me and Gary.
I can hear both of them. Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
I think weather 1 and weather 2 are the same weathers. Yes, it does. Fenton is getting there. So you have Union about ready to get some more intense storms there. I mean, these are showing they have large hail. Quarters now in
Kirkwood, which would make sense.
Yeah. So that would definitely make sense. So that's coming into Pear and Kirkwood. That's going to get into Webster here. So there you go. So it's behind there. So some quarters in there. So some large hail. 911 dispatch center in Ellisville had a lot of pea-sized hail. So we got a lot of people talking about pea-sized hail, but you can have all the pea-sized hail in the world you want, and it's not going to damage your house or, your car. So that's the good news. But this is quarter-size hail coming in towards Webster Groves. Just kind of put a track on that. You can see the little area that we're watching there. So let's go out. Just kind of putting that in. That'll be over to Slough Hospital, 1134. And over towards Sauget at 1138. And East St. Louis at 1140. That is your hail core timing for this particular storm. So severe thunderstorm warning. We got a new one there, Gary, down for Rolla. That's also part of the storm that has a couple of tornado warnings on it. Yeah. So we may be ratcheting that up here a little bit. Although it looks like that would be more or less at, you think that's at the lead, that's more of a leading edge kind of thing. Yeah. Those little, let's do that. Yeah, so that's looking down in Springfield and just kind of looking for our 2 storms.
To me right there, that looks like what they're talking about with the gust front running into the,
No.
that looks similar to the other one.
Yeah. We don't have that much, though, around St. Louis. No. So we'll see. I'm happy we don't have much around St. Louis. But we still have the warnings going, and we definitely a few quarters in Kirkwood. That's about it. So, yeah. We're just tracking these storms with you tonight. So now you do have the severe thunderstorm warning for the western half of Phelps County. So just so you know, it's not imminent down that way, but it's coming in about 35 or 40 minutes. And that storm that's farther to the west has had some history of, producing circulations that could cause tornadoes. Here's the area in and around St. Louis and the metro that we're continuing to watch. You've got a lot going on here. with these storms. And again, keep in mind the tornado watch now extended until 3 a.m. So it's now in effect until 3 a.m. We added Randolph and we added St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties to it. So I'm looking to see what else we've got here. And really, you're just looking at those storms sliding on through. How are we doing on breaks there, Jeffrey? Do we need to, can we pop in a little bit? Well, if we've got something coming up, we'll take it. Or the changing between the shows. We can do that too. Well, don't we end a show at 11:30? But we can do. Okay. 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 Well, just as we had those quarters, it looks like that core went down a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Sounds good, thank you.
Gary, if you want to spiel. All right, so for those of you watching online, we're just kind of going on TV. And the 5 on your side. Weather first storm alert continues this evening. We're still tracking these thunderstorms across the region. We're not seeing a lot of widespread wind damage at this point. We're seeing some hail, but for the most part, we're looking at about quarter-size hail being the largest. Nonetheless, for the city of St. Louis and St. Louis County, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. And, you've got one cell that's now pushing inside 270 that's headed right into the city. That's a severe cell. And you have another cell that's back down across Franklin County. And as we're talking about this cell moving into St. Louis, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been hoisted over here for this cell that is tracking into the city of St. Louis and the near county area, Clayton down towards Shrewsbury, now moving into Melville. This storm has some hail up to the size of quarters. Most of it's pea to dime size hail, but there are a few spots where it has some quarters, especially we saw that around Frontenac and Rock Hill and in towards the Kirkwood area. But that's shifting towards the east into the city right now and will shift across the river. And so now you have a new severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of, let's say, Madison County and far northern portions of St. Clair County. So really along 255 on the Illinois side and stretching from that area that runs from about the Chain of Rocks Bridge all the way out towards Highland, Illinois, and all the way up towards 55, up towards and north of the exit that's just south of Staunton, Illinois. So you've got to deal with more hail with this. And the winds, we have not seen a lot of reports of winds with this. And, really, honestly, 1 inch hail, that's to just have 1 inch hail, Gary, that may be dinging a few things up, but
Yeah,
it's
not
not like
much.
the big hail we had last week or a couple of weeks ago.
There's a lot of lightning with this as well. And we've probably seen more damage from lightning, it seems like, than wind overall.
Yeah, we've had some reports of some lightning strikes and some damage from that. I would suspect there's been maybe a fire or two started by that, because we usually see that when this kind of situation evolves. I added the lightning in there, and you can kind of see how it's just with the cores of the storms. You have that other severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect in Franklin County. That storm If it continues, and it sure looks like it will, to hold together, will prompt an additional warning for really the same areas that have it now in eastern Franklin County, going back into St. Charles and northern Jefferson County. So that's kind of where we are going with this at this point. But most of the hail's dime size to quarter size. It's moving now into the Metro East over into Madison County. And so you're going to have to contend with this. Now, the other thing we need to watch out for is we do have down in Phelps County kind of a couple of odd-shaped severe thunderstorm warnings here. Phelps County, west of Rolla and north of Rolla, severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect. And we kind of zoom into the radar.
That one's moving at 55 miles an hour, so it could be here around midnight. So it's moving pretty quickly into Rolla.
Yeah, this is moving along pretty quickly. And the other thing is that area that's down here also is working with an atmosphere that hasn't been worked over. And so there's the potential. You got a couple of tornado warnings back down 44 towards Lebanon. There's the potential we'll get some more action spinning up as we head through the overnight hours to our south. So if you're in the Phelps County area, if you're in Crawford, Washington County, then definitely, stay alert to what's going on. Make sure you've got your warnings all squared away and have access to that information here as we head through the remainder of the evening. So you have Phelps County, you have Franklin County, you have northern Jefferson County, St. Louis County, City of St. Louis, northern portions of St. Clair County, and then over into Madison County, Illinois. Again, the main threat seems like it is from the large hail. And Gary, I know you've seen some pictures of some of the hail that was out around Manchester Road.
Yeah, we've had some from Winchester, Baldwin, some same spots up to dime size, but it's the quantity, not necessarily the fact that it's large, which is, if you're going to pick one of the two, I certainly think pick quantity, because, we're getting pictures where you got people's sidewalks that are covered, so which we'll continue to share, but we're just kind of talking about a few things right here. But yeah, it's the quantity, necessarily the size.
Yeah, and but you can have a lot of pea-sized hail, and that's not going to hurt your car. It's not going to ding up your car, or mess up your roof. That's a good thing. And we haven't had the widespread large hail like we had on the 14th of March that went through Wentzville and into O'Fallon, covering a good chunk of the area. So these are strong to severe thunderstorms, sure. They are noisy. There's no signs of tornadoes with them at this point. The main threat seems to be hail and some gusty winds. We're continuing to track them tonight. We'll be on 5+ and KSDK.com. We're going to stick with you through the rest of the evening hours and the overnight until the threat of severe weather diminishes. You're watching a Weather First Storm Alert on 5 on Your Side. And so we get you back here on 5+, and you can see here are the storms. The storms are still out there. They're not going anywhere. So St. Clair County, Madison County, just popped a new warning over here towards Mount Vernon, Jefferson County, although that's kind of getting out of our viewing area. We do have some folks over in Jefferson County, Illinois, that do watch us. They get us on the over-the-air signal here. But once you start getting a little farther to the east there, you're starting to push it on out of the 5 on Your Side viewing area when we get that far out. So, but we'll mention it because we want you to know about it. Jefferson County in Illinois, severe thunderstorm warning there. And that cell's producing some hail for sure. Look at all that cloud to ground lightning in there. So we've got this big amalgamation of thunderstorms across the region. Some of them are producing hail. Some of them are producing some gusty winds, but we are not seeing widespread severe weather at this hour. It's very isolated. Around the metro, the immediate metro area, we've had dime to occasionally a bit of quarter-size hail with this storm that's now about ready to move through downtown St. Louis and cross the river. Kind of want to get a look at what it looks like downtown as this storm is coming through. So I'm going to pop the downtown camera on for you. We can watch it together and just look. And Of course, this is our Market Street sky cam. You're looking down towards the Gateway Arch. We look in the foreground at the trees. Some of those are in and around the area of City Garden.
Cam 12 was back, if you can get that one on there.
Well, it's not back. It's actually on camera 20. You can.
Oh, they changed it again?
Yes, it's
Okay.
the Bush camera is. Yeah, it's in our system. It's not in their system. Yes. So we'll see if we get some hail downtown in St. Louis. I can see the rain is picking up a bit at this point. It may be a bit of hail. Kelly, you didn't want to go home anyway because you don't want to get your car hailed on. So we don't want to do that. We're going to stay with you here for a while longer. A little bit of lightning out there. We've had a fair amount of lightning, but you look at the breeze or lack thereof. Look at the winds, the trees. You can kind of guesstimate how windy it is or how windy it is not by how those winds are kind of going through there. So you don't really have a lot of wind with this, at least not downtown. And we'll take that as good news. There are signs that this storm that's coming out of Franklin County is kind of blowing a little bit, is got some wind gusts with it. But honestly, I can't imagine that we haven't had any reports of anything overly dramatic with that. So, Gary, we kind of look at all of this and just watch it. They're strong, they're intense, they're noisy. But for the most part, if you're just inside and away from windows and doors, there's no big problems with these storms right now. I mean, I think we'll probably be looking at some poor drainage areas, especially here north and northeast of St. Louis. Remember, Greene, Jersey, Macoupin, Montgomery, Bond, Fayette, Clay counties having that flood watch. That's because you've got these storms continuously rolling over those same areas now. And
I know it's not
rain.
quite in our area,
it
just kind of is now.
Yeah, we just
So
got
you
a new
see that tornado warning. Yeah.
So, Jeffrey, we're going to need to go back on. We're going to need to pop back on, and we'll go there. All right, multiple circulations with that. We'll need to go over to Springfield, and let's get this down. Jeffrey will need to pop on. So this is, they have 3 circulations in this.
Yeah, and I'll have stuff in Max 3 if you want to take that at any point.
Okay.
I'm just letting Jeffrey know. I don't.
Jeffrey, did you hear that? Max 3. It's a weather first, severe weather alert here because we do have a new tornado warning. This is down in Phelps County. There's a whole bunch of circulations with this storm. So National Weather Service has gone ahead and put out a tornado warning that does go right into Rolla now and includes down Highway 63 towards Edgar Springs for these storms that are way out to the west there of Rolla. You got plenty of time. This, if you're in the Rolla area, you've got plenty of time right now. So this is what it looks like in that area. Okay, west, very far west of Phelps County. We've got thunderstorms lining up there. I'm going to put something on here. This is the velocity. So we have multiple circulations. There's one. Looks like there's another one. Here's one as well. These are all lining up. They're kind of at the leading edge of where we're seeing these notches. Right in here, that one right in there. We get this. This is a quasi-linear spin up. So they're quick. They usually don't stay on the ground for an extended period of time, but they're there and they do cause damage. And so that's why the tornado warning has been issued down in Phelps County. Now what we'll do, because that's moving pretty good, we'll kind of give you just some specifics on that because they're moving to the east-northeast. So that one, Spring Creek and Yancey Mills in Phelps County, that's an area to watch. And then we got a couple of circulations here that are going to go into southern portions of, and I mean far southern portions of Phelps County, and that's down towards the Craddock area. Okay, so those are the areas here. It's really, once you get south on 63 going out of Rolla, those are the areas that we need to be concerned about. Now, we also have severe thunderstorm warnings. They're continuing around the metro area. These storms are producing hail at this point. We've seen a lot of penny to maybe upwards of quarter-size hail in a few places, but most of it has been sub-severe. Needless to say, though, they're still strong storms. They're causing some poor drainage areas to have problems. We're down into Madison County, over into northern St. Clair County. Your severe thunderstorm warning here for St. Louis and Jefferson counties as well. Looks like they just did that, and yeah. And I want to, yeah, they just kind of put up a new warning that covers the storm coming out of Franklin County into northwestern portions of Jefferson County and then back into St. Louis County and into the city of St. Louis. So again, you're just getting one warning pushed off to the east, and now you got another warning. Now you're looking there at the downtown camera, and you know, normally we can see the arch. You cannot see the arch. We're 10 blocks away from the arch. The arch is illuminated. It has lights lighting it up, and we cannot see the arch because it is raining so hard in downtown St. Louis. And perhaps there's some hail out there. I mean, we're in the basement. We're safe. You should be too. But, you know, it's really coming down. That's a drenching rain in St. Louis right now. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Louis City, across the river into St. Clair and Madison counties for the storm that's rolling through downtown right now. And then we have the severe thunderstorm warning again for the city of St. Louis, northern Jefferson County, St. Louis County, and eastern portions of Franklin County for that storm that's back there over Gray Summit that's pushing off towards the east. So, Gary, we're just tracking multiple thunderstorms across the area that have the potential of producing gusty winds, hail, torrential rain, and then eventually we're going to have the potential of tornadoes, especially as we get down along 44 here for the next few hours.
Well, and it's just like you said, it's you know, we had those earlier supercell thunderstorms that were by themselves, and now we have this big line of storms, and this is the back edge of this, which is why we have this tornado watch in place for our entire area until about 3 a.m. So what you'll continue to see here is this area specifically that's just kind of hanging out. This area is, as it works its way in, there's about 2 to 3 areas of circulation that as we kind of switch things, you can see just a little bit better. And what you're going to notice here as we look ahead to overall this entire area, as we kind of just switch things back and forth, what you'll notice is that for the most part, we're still going to continue to see just a couple of different areas that are still seeing that spin specifically. And that's what we're going to look at here is this entire specific area back into these. There's these 1 or 2 tight areas of rotation. They're at the leading edge of this storm system, and that's where we're going to continue to monitor for as it works its way into our area and closer to Rolla. So this is moving about 55 miles an hour. So that's the big area. Along some of the major interstates, look at this rain that's going over 54 and 64. We have a report of flooded roadways near Richmond Heights and the overpass and underpass there. So many spots that are really starting to pond on the roadways. So not only as we monitor this entire area with significant lightning. I mean, just look at all this lightning here that's kind of working its way from Rolla as the storm continues to strengthen. Like you mentioned, Scott, this is moving right into an area that hasn't had much rain earlier today. It's running along these boundaries, so you're going to continue to see that possibility where as we run into some of these old boundaries, we see those spins and those areas of spin along this. So, Scott, as we continue to monitor this storm, that's what we're looking at over the next hour or two specifically.
Yeah, and you know, I think the Storm Prediction Center just kind of came out with a discussion, really is highlighting this area that's right along and just to the southwest of St. Louis to include Jefferson County, kind of the areas that haven't seen much rain yet, but along 44 that as this area here starts to come out of the Ozarks and pushes on towards the east and northeast, you have a much greater potential of seeing some damaging winds, potentially even seeing some spin-up tornadoes with that. Again, these QLCS tornadoes, the brief spin-ups, they do cause damage, but traditionally it's not like something that's going to be on the ground for 20 or 30 miles and be one of those massive tornadoes. They're usually pretty compact, they hit quick, they do their damage, and then they lift. So that's kind of where we are with that at this point. But again, here's what you're looking at around the metro St. Louis area. Some hail, some wind, some torrential rain with these storms pressing in. It's what we have for later on this evening, you know, in the next 2 to 3 hours, towards 2 and 3 o'clock, that we're a little more concerned with, because those areas south of St. Louis, really in an area that the atmosphere is much more conducive to creating spinning and rotation and potential for tornadoes. So if you're down in the St. James area, Steelville, Cuba, even into Sullivan, even down towards Potosi, your areas down towards Codaway and Viburnum, you just kind of need to be staying alert here as we head through the remainder of the evening. So our only tornado warning is for the storm that has multiple circulations coming at Phelps County here. And it does include the Rolla area, although the circulations are most likely going to be staying on to the south of the Rolla area. Just kind of looking at the velocity there. Gary, we're picking up a couple of areas here south of Waynesville and another one. You know, they're evolving. You just kind of look back and you can see how it's along the leading edge, really, where we're getting those little spin-ups and the potential that they're going to cause some quick damage. And that's pretty close to Fort Leonard Wood right now, too, in those areas.
Well, it's showing more of a well-defined spot now where you can start to see that ahead of the storms. And that's kind of what they were mentioning earlier, as we've been kind of looking at the ones near St. Louis where they run into these boundaries, those old boundaries. And that's what I think we're starting to see as it enters more of a favorable environment, like you mentioned, and then the Storm Prediction Center highlighted as well.
Yeah, and this whole area, you know, there is kind of this stationary boundary where these storms have been moving right along it and haven't moved much, and that includes along Highway 44 and to the north. I think, you know, for areas like Lincoln County, I would go as far as saying you're most likely out of a severe weather threat for most of Warren County, Lincoln County, certainly Pike County, Calhoun County. Maybe more of an issue with, you know, the rain in some of those spots. They went ahead and canceled that warning over in Madison County because the storm that's come out of St. Louis has weakened some way. Yes, it's still producing torrential rainfall, but at the moment doesn't appear to be producing a lot in the way of severe weather. I mean, you're getting drenched here as you go back towards University City. You're getting drenched in Wildwood, and there's some small hail in here, and maybe hail up to the size of, let's say, quarters. Most of it's probably pea-size to dime-size hail, and that's about it. But we keep that severe thunderstorm warning going, and again, the tornado warning in effect down 44, and including Phelps County. It includes the Waynesville area. Again, you still have time. You have another 10 to 15 minutes in the Phelps County area before you need to be, you know, in your safe place. There's some time here because these storms are still to the west. But by the same token, you don't want to dilly-dally and getting there. So if you're in Phelps County and you're in a mobile home and normally it takes you 10 or 15 minutes to get somewhere, you don't have much more than 10 or 15 minutes to get somewhere that's safer, okay? Especially along Highway 63 and to the west, to the south of 44, to the west of 63. That does include the area around Edgar Springs. In fact, we'll zoom in. This whole area of western portions of Phelps County, Spring Creek, Flat, those are the areas that we're talking about. Edgar Springs, going farther to the south, Duke, Craddock, and some of the roads. You see there's nothing happening there right now, but if you look out to your west, Yancey Mills, you've got a ton of lightning, and that is what's coming your way. That's the storm. and it has numerous circulations with it. Because it has numerous circulations with it, you're going to see the potential for spin-up tornadoes here with any of those circulations that kind of roll in there. So you need to be in your safe place within the next 5 to 10 minutes here, west of Highway 63 down in Phelps County. Back into the metro area, we're still watching the severe thunderstorms as they continue to trudge across Franklin County into St. Charles County. A lot of heavy rain coming out of this. Hope your sump pump's working. They're moving into Madison County. They seem to have weakened here as they went into Madison and northern portions of St. Clair County. And if you look, you can actually see the boundary that these storms are putting down. They're putting down their own outflow boundary. And so when those storms put down that boundary, and then you take another cluster of storms that's out here to the west and bring that towards the boundary, you start having thunderstorms interacting with these boundaries. And Gary, that's where we start getting into really big problems with things that start to spin.
Yeah, and I think that's what, in fact, I kind of drew up just a little bit where you're going to be able to see that. So obviously the leading edge is highlighting here near Waynesville, and this is out of our area. We understand that, but as it works its way into Edgar Springs, Rolla, and it's racing at about 55 miles an hour, what I want to point out is how it's going to interact with these boundaries. And when you see this, you see these different wind directions. Obviously out ahead of these storms, they're moving in one direction. We've got a steady southerly flow, which is why it's humid. It's not really been bothered all that much today, but then you look a little further to the north where Scott was just mentioning and watch how you see those boundaries coming out from those storms. You pointed that out right there. Those are those little, let's just call them little mini fronts, for example. So as these storms that race at about 55 miles an hour go interact with all that stuff, reach these hot, humid air still for this hour, right? That's where we're going to see how does this storm hold together, create more areas where you see these little kind of eddies on the leading edge of these lines of storms. And that's why you have some of these potential, and that's what Scott's kind of an inside baseball, QLCS tornadoes, where you have these little spins on the leading edge. And that's why we continue to monitor that threat. And you can see those little tiny areas, this one near Waynesville right now as it works its way. And how's that going to interact as it gets closer to that very favorable environment, runs into all those other areas where it's spinning, right, Scott? And that's what we're watching out, and that's why people wonder, how are we seeing cloud cover and storms at night? Well, there's a lot of factors in play still at this hour, and looks like that's going to be the case the next couple hours.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, it's just one of those things where we're rather be safe and stay here all night long, and these storms end up kind of fizzling out. But I don't think these are going to fizzle out down to the south and southwest of St. Louis. And I know it's a fairly rural area as you go down into the eastern Ozarks here, outside of, your more populated areas around Rolla. I mean, we are talking, it's pretty rural, rugged terrain down there. But there are people that live there, and there are people whose phones have gone off, and they're trying to get information right now. And so that's why we're going to stick with this through the overnight hours, and as long as we need to be here. What we're seeing in the metro right now, these storms around St. Louis, honestly, Gary, the presentation here in the metro area is looking rather pathetic compared to what it was earlier. I mean, this storm, they're kind of falling apart here. I mean, we still have some stronger storms, but what was coming in from the west, now that it's moved in towards Eureka and Wildwood, it's lost some of its identity, and it doesn't look nearly as strong as it did. So I'm kind of looking back to see if we're getting any rain fade out of the radar, any attenuation. And it doesn't look like it's all that dramatic there, but wow.
It feels like it's kind of going back to what you just said about all these boundaries. These storms have been run over the same spot and looked the same along that boundary for a while. So,
and now, it's finally, we can now see the arch. So we knew it was there. We knew it didn't go anywhere, but but you couldn't see it, a few minutes ago. And let's be honest, a lot of times you can't see the arch when it's snowing really hard, but when it's lit up at night and you can't see it because it's raining, it's raining hard in St. Louis, because that is kind of a rare thing. There's a look over at Busch Stadium right now. Of course, Thursday is the home opener for the Cardinals. The weather should be fine. It'll be chilly, it'll be breezy, but It should not be anything like what we're seeing tonight. And obviously, I'm sure the grounds crew over there is a little better versed than the grounds crew in Los Angeles was for Saturday night's rain. That was quite an experience to watch them roll. They don't get rain very often, apparently. So they finally did figure out how to put the tarp back together. All right, here's your immediate threat around St. Louis. Looks limited at this point. It's more of a heavy rain deal. Our tornado threat is down into the Phelps County area, and these storms are finally starting to get close enough now where we're a little more concerned. But these are the storms we're going to be, really tracking with problems. Now, we're not seeing as much. I think you're seeing it right there. So that's your circulation. We had 3 or 4 earlier. Now it looks like this is really more of the one that I'd be concerned about here. So let's just kind of take that and push that off to the east. So this is going to be a little bit after midnight over in Edgar Springs, 1212 and Yancey Mills. That's when that circulation will be there. There's no guarantee here that this is actually producing a tornado. I mean, it's a radar indicated scenario here that's playing out for us. And I'm just kind of looking to see if the folks down in Springfield have any commentary here on that, and they don't seem to at this moment. So we'll go back to our St. Louis folks.
So I got this camera up, and I'll try to go pull it up in a different medium. I can actually pull it up in a different medium. This camera on 44 is roaring.
Is with rain?
And it's got to be right in the middle of this. The wind is moving it is pretty significant.
And where is that on video 4?
I'm going to pull it up in a second here so you can punch it up. It's spinning right now, but it's in there.
Okay.
I'm going to go, yeah, it's on video 4 now, but yeah, it's quite impressive. I was just pulling up random MoDOT cameras, and of course, I think the power literally just went out on it because it was moving. Let me see if I can futz with it just a little bit here.
Yeah, I see what you were looking at.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was moving.
That's not Highland, Illinois, by the way. I just popped that back in that's where I was editing, and so that's where it comes up. It is what it is. Okay, so southwest of St. Louis is our greatest concern in that area that's down towards Edgar Springs right now. The storm, I think we're going to see the severe thunderstorm warning that's currently still in effect for St. Louis County, St. Louis City. I think that's going to get pulled here in a second unless somehow these storms miraculously intensify. It just doesn't look like that's going to be a thing. Your tornado warning down here, you can see it stretches from Rolla and then down into southern portions of Phelps County. Really along Highway 63 coming out of Rolla and going south and points to the west. Those are the areas of greatest concern now as this cluster of storms rolls on in. We add in the velocity, and let me give you the storm relative velocity. It's a little bit different looking here than it was just a few minutes ago. Keeps changing. You know why? That's because we're on this radar. I need to switch the radars.
I got it back up and working if you can see that thing at all.
Yeah. Well, I just switched over to Springfield's radar. I mean, we're in a situation now. I guess you can make a case that you've got a couple of circulations there, but somewhere in and around that Spring Creek area, I think is where, this is headed towards Edgar Springs. These are the areas here, southern portions, Yancey Mills, Edgar Springs, Flat. You're out in the country. There is no question. You're out in the country. State Route M, west of Highway 63, down in Phelps County. That's going to be the area where you may see that spin up of a tornado. So that's our tornado warning that's in effect right now down in Phelps County. That's the only tornado warning that we have. But I will say, if we go back and we kind of look at this, move it back out a little bit and add St. Louis back on here, and you see how the radar is looking. So when we're looking at this, kind of this area here, I think that's going to be kind of the area we just highlighted. Crawford County, Washington County, along and south of 44 into Jefferson County. That's going to be the areas of our greatest concern as we go through these very vulnerable nighttime hours, because these are the hours where we have the greatest concerns. You know, if you get a tornado that spins up in this time of night, you got a lot of people that have gone to bed or they're thinking about going to bed and just going to let it go, and you know, something spins up. So you've got the new severe thunderstorm warning now for the rest of Phelps County. They did not go with a tornado warning for that. And Gary, I'm betting they do have the tornado possible tag on that. Do you think?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
But they're going
Golf
with
ball and 70 though.
yeah, golf balls and 70 mile per hour winds. Spring Creek and that tornado warning that's been in effect down there just expired. So either expired or they just let it go. And they're just going to go with this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the fact that you've got severe thunderstorm warnings lining up here west of southern portions of Gasconade County, west of Crawford County, you know, you folks that are down in Crawford County, you folks that are down in Washington County, even still in southern portions of Franklin County and southern Gasconade County, we're going to stay alert here as we go through the remainder of the night as these storms continue to surge on to the east and are working in an area where they absolutely have you know, the energy and the fuel to create problems for us. So, you know, Gary, you really see the sign of this storm down there starting to what we call bow out, and you know, that's usually a good sign of stronger winds with that. So we're really starting to see that happen right now. But at the same time, we look around the metro area and we are in this situation now where it's less of a severe threat for the immediate metro area, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so as well. And you know, that's where I kind of pointed out a couple of different spots here where you can look at that. This obviously not the tornado warning anymore. That doesn't mean as this bows out, as you mentioned, with that potential for 70+ mile an hour wind. And we'll be able to get a pretty good idea as this rolls through the Vichy Raleigh Airport pretty soon. It's going to give us an idea of how high the wind is as it moves in. So that's one thing that we'll watch out for. As this continues to interact with these little boundaries and these outflow winds, still in a very favorable environment, that's where I think we're going to see how this impacts the rest of the area to the south, like you mentioned. So as we continue to monitor this, I did want to point out, like you said, in St. Louis, really 70, maybe along 64. I think really anywhere north of this line, if you're kind of up watching with us and saying, hey, am I safe to go to bed? Loud thunderstorms for sure, maybe a 30 mile an hour wind gust, but your severe threat is winding down. It's really where that front and those outflows lie as that storm continues to settle in. And I think that's what we have to watch out for the most. And the other secondary thing is how much significant rainfall we've had. We've had upwards of pockets of maybe 2 to maybe 3 inches of rain. That's causing some flooding issues as well as that rain continues to move over the same locations off and on. And like I mentioned, we still continue to see that significant rainfall. But as we've talked about, Scott, that tornado threat has gone away for now. That doesn't mean that it's still not going to be with us here as we head into the next hour, hour and a half, and we'll watch how that evolves.
Yeah, and it's a pretty classic setup too. When you have, you know, a Boeing line of thunderstorms with the upper level support that this has, and this does have a lot of energy in the upper levels of the atmosphere. As you go up higher, you get the strong winds that are whipping through, and so, you know, it kind of acts like a vacuum cleaner with these thunderstorms when those stronger jet stream winds come overhead, and effectively helps pull that air up and spread it out, and helps create some of that lift for the storm. All right, so let's get back down here. These storms are really starting to accelerate down here into the Rolla area, and we're going to zoom in there across the areas west of 63. Highway 63 here, coming out of Rolla and then going down to Edgar Springs. These were the areas where you're really, you know, we've had those notches in there where there's a potential of some circulations. I'm going to stop this for just a second and kind of look down here towards this area, it still looks like there could very well be something in and around the Edgar Springs area. Would not be surprised if there is not something spinning in there, especially when we're looking at that little notch that's, you know, just off to the west of Edgar Springs. That's kind of a classic scenario. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Phelps County. It includes Raleigh, includes the area along 44, but these are areas where there also may be a tornado that develops here as we go through the overnight hours. Around the St. Louis area, no warnings for St. Louis right now. We still have the tornado watch, but we're thinking that's going to be mainly south of St. Louis. So we would focus our attention, we think, as we go down into Jefferson County and then heading down into Franklin County, Washington, into Crawford counties, and perhaps St. Francis and St. Genevieve County before all is said and done. What we're seeing now, as Gary talked about, areas of heavy rain. It's still noisy. You see the arch. We can see it at least, but it's still pouring out there. And there's still some small hail embedded in here, but severe weather is not occurring around the St. Louis area right now. There's a live look over at Busch Stadium. By the way, if you want to get weather information anytime, you can just scan that QR code that's on your screen right now. The one warning, which is really the beginning of what we anticipate to be several, is in effect for Phelps County, far northwestern corner of Dent County as well down here, northwest of Salem. But the Raleigh area, up 44 towards St. James, down towards Edgar Springs. There is some rotation at the leading edge with these thunderstorms, maybe not as intense as it was, but the bottom line is that you could spin up a tornado in these storms at any moment. That's the kind of scenario that's set up. We've got a boundary that's just kind of running, you know, all along this area here, down to the south of St. Louis from the previous thunderstorms. And then these storms are running into that. And so as they interact with this boundary, the potential is certainly going to be there for, you know, something to spin. And in this environment, something that's spinning is not good. And at this time of night, when most people are sleeping and when, you know, the vast majority of us, you know, we don't have a lot of spotters out there looking for it tonight. It's a night where, you know, when it gets dark and it's unsettled like this, people are inside, they're not looking, we can't see the storms as easily. So, you know, when we do get tornado warnings, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get at least a couple more before we get done this evening, I'm going to ask you to call your friends if you know somebody that's in the path of that storm, because they may not get it on their phone or they may have gone to bed early for whatever reason. You just may need to, you know, stir the pot and let them know what's going on so that we get everybody through this okay. Again, there's nothing imminent at this point with tornadoes, but the tornado watch does continue until 3 o'clock for most of the area, especially for St. Louis and then on to the south. You're getting some pretty tropical-like rain, if you will. It is a drenching rain that's happening across parts of the bi-state area right now, and all of this is moving rapidly off to the northeast, and you see additional storms are building in over the metro area. So, Gary, I know we've been tracking this, you know, for hours, literally, from just a few strong to severe thunderstorms to widespread intense thunderstorms, some of which have produced severe weather, and we're still tracking them now, and we have probably another 2 or 3 more hours to go.
Yeah, and it's always interesting to watch the evolution, right? Because we started off with those storms, much like the last type of system, but there are some differences and some similarities. The last system that we had, where we had those singular supercell thunderstorms that started to rotate, but really one of them rotated and sounded off the sirens in the city of St. Louis and the county and things of that nature, and then that moved through. And now as we continue to look at this area specifically, you still see these boundaries that this is going to run into as this kind of bows out here ahead. that's what we're going to watch out. How does it impact with some of these storms that have already moved in, and you still see this warm, moist air for this time of the night? So it's going to run into these type of boundaries. Also, one thing that we haven't talked about too much, and one of the reasons that we still have this until 3 o'clock in the morning, the tornado watch is in place, because as this line continues to push through, you'll watch this now as it crosses Chanute and Joplin, areas right to the south. As this continues to work its way up, that's where you're going to continue to see that. Now, as I back up, I can see that we have a new tornado warning here as we continue to look at this specifically. So let's look at what this tornado warning is specific and zoom in as Scott kind of gets things in order. You know, we've got that new specific tornado warning now that's in place. And this is what we're going to be dealing with tonight, Scott, as you kind of get things in place. This is the same storm that we've been talking about. I got to assume that this is, without looking, this has got to be going till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, this one's going to run until actually until 12:45.
Okay.
They think it's going to get out of there pretty quickly, but it looks like it's this area around Newburgh and Doolittle where you're seeing some of the brighter colors here, blues and greens up together. So again, we've got the storm surging out. When it surges like this, it tends to create a bit of a circulation, and we're finding that, you know, in that area around Newburgh, now that's pressing towards Rolla. You know, see there's a little notch in there. So that's something else, you know. These things are moving pretty quickly, about 50, 55 miles per hour. So this includes you folks down in St. James, all along 44 here, really, especially in around the Rolla area up towards St. James. Now, even though these are quick hitting QLCS tornadoes, if they do touch down, you know, traditionally they do what they're doing right now. They spin up, they go very quickly out of nowhere. They're going to last for a little bit, and then they'll be over. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, that and the fact that the storms are moving so fast, they're only doing a limited amount of timing on these storms. But they can still, even though it's a fairly narrow area, they still can produce some pretty good damage, especially with dynamics like that. What you're looking at is 44 right now, down towards Cuba. And you see some of the traffic rolling along there. Again, that area is going to get in on this within the next half hour. So I think we're going to see additional warnings coming. I'm pretty confident they'll be drawing them up here. Our friends over at the National Weather Service out in Weldon Spring will be drawing something up here shortly for Crawford County, unless this storm just suddenly whimpers. And one would not think that's going to be the case. This storm, you see how it's just kind of bowing out. Anytime you've got a storm bowing out like that, the potential there's for strong winds. Then when you get a little notch, like what you're seeing right there around the Rolla area, the potential of that between Doolittle and North Y of getting some kind of circulation in there and a quick spin up, it's certainly there. It's certainly there. So you need to be in your safe place. You need to be on the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. As many walls between you and the outside as possible.
There's the new one.
And there's the new tornado warning. Basically kind of taking this storm, they're just going to go ahead, the National Weather Service in St. Louis, and put this tornado warning in effect, now including Cuba up to Sullivan. And with the way this storm is bowing, and with all the notches in there, and the fact that you have that boundary that is impacted, or kind of along 44 here, your tornado warning is going to be in effect for that as we go through the remainder of the next hour or so. So as we look at what we have here, and I'm going to go back to the St. Louis just to see what they say on that. Yeah. So they're basically doing the same thing that we've been talking about. And I'm going to put a track on where we think this is. First of all, let's get the velocity back on here. The two areas, there's really a couple of areas we could track on this. And so, you know, we're talking southern Gasconade County, southern portions of Franklin County, and the northern portions of Crawford County. That's where the tornado warning is in effect. Okay, not everybody is going to have severe weather where that tornado warning is in effect. That's a pretty large tornado warning. But just kind of guesstimating, and maybe a little too fast, the areas where we're thinking that it would be most likely, and I'm going to kind of draw a couple here, would be this one that takes it up towards Oak Hill, takes it towards Japan, takes it towards St. Clair. That's St. Cloud, I should say. That's one area. And then perhaps on the southern portion of this, let me grab that. And on the southern part of this, where there's potentially another circulation, that one is going to kind of go a little farther south, more along 44, to include Cuba and to include Leesburg. All right, so you need to be cognizant of the fact that there's more than one circulation in here, but within this area, you also are going to have some strong gusty winds. You're going to have some hail, and there's going to be some torrential rainfall with this as it pushes off to the north and northeast. So this is one of those situations where it's going to be hard to pinpoint exactly what part of that line nudges out enough to create that spin that's going to create the potential or enhance the potential that a tornado is going to spin out of one of those storms. So Gary, this is the area we're watching right now, down here into Phelps County, northern Crawford County, southern portions of Gasconade, and southwestern portions of Franklin County right now. Tornado warning in effect.
Well, and I think, as I want to pull up another camera here in St. James. First and foremost, because this is at nighttime, it's difficult. It'd be difficult to see these anyway, just because of the nature of where the storms are. So a lot of flashing lightning. This is where the camera in St. James, they pulled up some of these MoDOT cams. So I just want to look at this specifically as we continue to monitor this trek up 44 in these areas under this tornado warning. First and foremost, this is going to continue to move very, very quickly as we kind of zoom in to some of this specifically, because this entire area continues to be at least dealing with some of these storms that are working their way up 44. And you'll notice, as Scott has mentioned, that just the nature of how that you see that kind of turning, and as this continues to work its way up 44 and interact with those boundaries, let's take you to how quickly this is moving, because just as I said this, it's a couple of these little spots near Vienna, and you can see this red and green. That's toward the radar, away from the radar, and that's what we look at. Normally, it's just one spot that we have in this tornado warning, but there are several little spots where you could see that from Rolla, and then also just close to Vienna. And as we continue to zoom in on some of these areas, how quickly this is moving, I think, is the big story, and that's one of the reasons that that warning has been issued downstream, because this is moving at 55 miles an hour. It's at night. So obviously the sirens are starting to go off in many spots, and that's where you're looking at this from Gerald into Oak Hill, even Sullivan, but Cuba specifically. And it's going to be one of these things that we really have to monitor along 44 specifically, because obviously we have some guys that are driving their truck back and forth, some of the nighttime truckers. I mean, that's one of the big routes. So other than the MoDOT signs, you need to give your friends, if you got a friend that's working overnight, a heads up that we're dealing with some of these storms and they're going to be difficult to see. I just showed you that MoDOT cam. It's tough to see. There's obviously a lot of flashing lightning, but as we continue to focus on some of these little spots, once again, around this boundary, as we have this tornado warning in place for at least the next 30 minutes, in many cases even extended in Cuba and Sullivan, as we look at the back edge of this, Scott. So it's those little tiny things that are very difficult to see, but just like you were talking with Jim and everybody throughout the day, nighttime tornadoes, difficult situation. And these are not the long track tornadoes, but they're definitely producing at least 70-mile-an-hour wind at the very least in the straight line, just where that bowing out is. It's just the little spins out the edge of it that are going to be difficult, and that's why we have these tornado warnings.
And I think we're going to see more of them as the evening or the overnight wears on. So right now, we have time. If you're in Crawford County, you've got a few minutes, especially if you're east of Cuba up towards Sullivan and, up into northern portions of the parts of Crawford County, southern portions of Franklin County. You got a little bit of time here before things get really dicey. But, the jet, we're looking at the upper level jet just kind of streaking into the back side of this, and that's why it's pushing that storm and surging that storm out. Anytime we see that, it's always an indication that we've got wind problems. And then you've got a boundary allowed here from the previous action that's lined up just to the north. So this is a setup that's ripe for something to spin out of these storms that will cause damage and will create problems. Exactly where that's going to be, how long it's going to last, that remains to be seen. But the stronger upper level winds with this system are, the lift, the massive part of the storm, if you will, the energetic part of the storm. What we were seeing earlier today wasn't really the main system. This is more of the main system. This has more of the ingredients available, and it seems as though they are coming together and should be producing at some point at the very least, a few tornadoes across the region. If you are in southern portions of Gasconade County, really south of Highway 50 in Gasconade County, on the road from Canaan over to Gerald and Franklin County, and then over towards 185, and then going south down towards Sullivan, and then farther to the south down towards Bourbon, down towards Leesburg, talking in this area, down towards Steelville, Merrimack State Park, in that general vicinity. Go to your safe place. You've got time to get there. Make sure you're wearing your shoes. Take your shoes, take something to cover your head. That could be a pillow. If you've got a football helmet or a baseball helmet or a bike helmet, that's perfectly fine. But you definitely want to wear your shoes, because in case we have broken glass, should something actually cause damage where it breaks glass, you don't want to be walking around in your socks and in your bare feet. So as many walls between you and the outside as possible on the lowest floor of whatever room is available. And again, like Gary was saying, Highway 44 is a busy place. Even in the middle of the night, you've got truckers going up and down. And even on a good night, when the road is dry, that highway is not a great highway. And so you take it into a night where you've got torrential rain, some hail, some strong winds, and it's a less desirable ride. Now, hopefully most of those folks that are driving have seen the sign boards. Usually the truckers talk to each other. But if you know somebody in Sullivan, or you know somebody in Cuba, and you think they've gone to sleep, you might want to give them a buzz, wake them up. If you know somebody that's in Oak Hill or Japan, you might want to give them a call into Bourbon or Leesburg. Just let them know, hey, there's a tornado warning. These are quick hitting. They spin out of the blue real fast, kind of tornadoes at the leading edge of the storm, and they can cause some damage. You need to be in your safe spot. We're going to pop on the velocity here, which is kind of our wind, and you see right now around St. James. Now, I got to tell you, we're kind of far away from the radar here. Okay, that's the St. Louis radar. We're a ways away, but I can spot, a good 2 to 3 circulations that look pretty tight there, and also seem to match up pretty well with what's going on with the reflectivity, that there could be some issues there with the reflectivity and some of those notches. So that, this thing could be spinning up a tornado that could cause some significant damage. Won't last very long, but still the potential for some significant damage. So that's why we need you in your safe place now. The tornado warning, southern portions, southwestern portions of Franklin County, far southern portions of Gasconade County, the northern 2/3 of Crawford County, and still east of Rolla along 44 in Phelps County, the eastern part of Phelps County under that tornado warning. And we think there are going to be more of these as this whole area continues to advance. Keep in mind, the area across Crawford County, Washington County, you've got your beautiful hilly terrain of the eastern Ozarks here, and that air is still moist and steamy tonight at this hour. Unusually so for this time of year, and now you have the energy coming in from the west. That is going to translate into the potential for additional severe thunderstorms that may spin up tornadoes. And Gary, that's one of the things, that's our biggest concern with it being at night, that you're going to have rough weather like that. And in the metro area, it's just torrential rain and maybe some small hail. No severe weather right now in the immediate metro area.
Well, it's also tough too because from a standpoint of just an interested observer, we've obviously been paying attention because we've been following this pattern for a while. But throughout the day, when it just rains, you get storms and you get some hail. You think, okay, I can go to sleep. I don't have to worry about it anymore. And then we deal with this. And so that's where we want to look at. And as we continue to look at this MoDOT cam, the amount of lightning is very significant. You're not going to be able to see this storm, so don't go outside and try to look for it. You're just not going to be able to do that. The sirens are starting to go off, but as Scott will continue to mention, one of the reasons, not only with the warm, moist air, the fact that it really didn't rain here earlier just yet, but all these storms and this complete area is this is where the boundaries are. You can see that cool air, that gust front out ahead of it, but this boundary, look at this warm, moist air that's feeding out ahead of this. Now, you got this line that continues, and that all that's going to do is race off to the east at about 55 miles an hour. So as we continue to look at how this is going to impact us, I just want to look at how this is going to impact us because, for the most part, we're still looking at, I would say, this specific area right here. And as we just kind of look at, I would say, moving at about 55 miles an hour, it's this area right here from Cuba all the way. This is where we're looking at the most significant, I would say, moving at about 55 miles an hour. So as we kind of zoom into these specific areas, what we're going to look at for is that leading edge right about here, and that's where we're going to continue to talk about, I would say, just right about here, this line that's moving at about 55 miles an hour. You can see the back edge spinning just a little bit. And I'm just going to kind of take you just right on the edge of this, and it's right about here to Sullivan, to Richwoods. That's the area that we're monitoring for the potential for some of that spin, the leading edge of that here. And I'll just point out just a couple of spots as I'm just going to continue to draw them for you because, like Scott mentioned, we're far away from the radar. You have Springfield radar, you have the St. Louis radar, which is in Weldon Spring, and then you have this area that's kind of, for lack of a better term, it's kind of a dead spot. So it's not right next to it. So you're going to get some of these different colors that maybe are not as vibrant as when they get closer to the city or some of these radars. So right about here, let's circle a couple of these spots that you maybe just seeing just a little bit of that as we continue right about here, north of St. James. You see that red? That's away from the radar, that's toward the radar. You're able to see just a couple of these little spots, maybe even here, behind this in Rolla, although I did look at the Vichy Rolla Airport, and there are just a couple of these little tiny areas. Along the leading edge of this, as they interact with those boundaries that I just showed you here, where you see the different wind direction, that's why Scott continues to mention, and we all continue to mention, that the threat is probably not going to be over after this one. This is not just one little spin. This is something that continues to stay pretty strong as we go into the overnight hours. So as Scott mentioned, somebody that's in the path of this is moving pretty quickly. Give them a call and let's keep them up to speed if they don't have a weather radio or a way to wake themselves up, right, Scott?
Yeah. And we are looking at a new severe thunderstorm warning now that includes Crawford County and much of Washington County. So it's kind of taking this Boeing line here out. So you've got an overlapping tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warning in Crawford County, and then you're stretching that over across the northern 2/3 of Washington County in Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning, probably some hail, penny to golf ball size, potential for winds seems to be a bigger thing as we're looking at that wind potential with 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And again, not to discount the possibility of a spin up tornado. Right now, as we're watching that storm exit the Phelps County area and move in towards Crawford County, in towards Cuba, we're looking here at some of these notches that are in there. We know that the wind, the jet stream wind's pushing the storm out. And because of that, we know there's a lot of wind that likely is coming into the storm and then is getting dragged down to the ground. We also know that we're seeing what would indicate to us that there are circulations here. When you get these bright blues and darker greens up against each other, there's some rotation in there. And a lot of that's lining up with pretty close to the leading edge or right behind, embedded in that area of thunderstorm action. So we've got the tornado warnings in effect again for portions of Crawford County into southeastern portions of Gascony County and southwestern portions of Franklin County. The new severe thunderstorm warning across portions of Crawford County into Washington County. So the severe thunderstorm warning out really way ahead of time here for Potosi and into the Mark Twain National Forest out there along Highway 8, because that storm is moving pretty quickly. Let's give you a little bit of a timeline on just how this Boeing portion of the storm is moving, because it's moving rapidly northeast. So here are some of the towns and times. Oak Hill, 12:37. Bourbon, 12:45. That's when the heavier part of the storm will get there. You'll get a little rain and maybe even a little wind before that. Sullivan, 12:52. Anaconda, just after 1 o'clock. Richwoods, 1:12. Cruz Mill, you'll pick that up at 1:19. Is every city listed there under a warning right now? No. But this is where that storm is bowing out from, and that's where it's moving towards. Those are the places it's moving towards. Now, let's pull this out just a little more. Take it back to St. Louis. All right, the metro area, we're getting drenched right now. It's noisy as all get out. So far, no severe weather around the immediate metro area out of the thunderstorms that are out there right now. Just heavy rain, perhaps some small hail. I haven't seen a lot of reports of that. I haven't heard much of that. And maybe some gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. But around the immediate metro area, it's just noisy and annoying versus being a situation that's life-threatening. Now, there are going to be spots where there's ponding on the roads and there's some poor drainage areas. We got to deal with that. You know, that's kind of the least of our worries. But if we put a timeline on this, knowing how fast this system is down to the south and southwest of St. Louis, and that it's moving towards the northeast, kind of coming up 44, what does that mean for the southern portions of our metro area? Well, it means it'll get into the southern portions of the metro area as we go towards 1:30, about an hour from now. So Potosi, 1:19, High Ridge, 1:31, Arnold, 1:39, into St. Louis, about 1:53, then into Belleville, a little after 2 o'clock. You get the gist. We're going to be here with you for a bit longer here through the overnight hours, because as this Boeing thunderstorm, where it's getting pushed out by the strong jet stream winds, heads our way, it has the potential to produce severe thunderstorms and possible tornadoes. So we're going to stick with this all night long, because we know people will get up. It's, you know, it's one of those things. You hear thunder, all of a sudden your siren goes off or your phone goes off. You want to immediately get information, and we're immediately here for you to give you that information tonight. So the tornado warning, Crawford County, Phelps County, southern portions of Gasconade County, southwestern portions of Franklin County. We are not getting a lot of reports of damage with these storms at the moment, but what we're really concerned about is, from our vantage point, looking at it as meteorologists, from the radar perspective, what we see on the screen and what we have on, you know, our multiple screens here, as we're looking at these storms and kind of trying to analyze them. There are things there that have us concerned about what might be going on in these storms. Granted, they may be happening over a forested area and in the woods, and the tree may fall and nobody knows about it, and it doesn't impact anybody. But it also may be over somebody's house, and it could be someone you know, and we're not going to take that chance as we head through the remainder of this evening. So again, the tornado threat really seems to be on the northern side of this particular Boeing segment of this line. So that kind of takes it right out of Phelps County, southern, right along the Gasconade, Phelps, Crawford County line, along 44. Cuba's really starting to pick things up right now. Let's see if I can find the Cuba airport camera. We've got that camera down in Cuba, but I'm not going to have time to look at it. But I know Cuba sounded the tornado sirens earlier. This looks like there's a little bit of hail there. Maybe not as much towards Klein Ford as there was a few minutes ago. Just kind of looking at that. Go back a little bit, just one or two. There's 44 at Cuba right now. Oh, man, look at that lightning. And traffic's still, you know, kind of going along. there was your hail. You kind of see a little, there's your bright fuchsia in there. So you did have some pretty good hail cores in there. It looks like maybe it let up a little bit, but I'd still be prepared for some hail along Highway 19 in and around the Steelville area as this thing is surging out. Got to tell you, we'll come back into the metro area and look around. You know, it is not a quiet night in St. Louis. It is very noisy, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, and none of this looks severe, but there may be some spots that are getting some pea-sized hail along with the drenching rain, and maybe some gusty winds, 25 to 35 miles per hour, but this doesn't look severe. It's just noisy and keeping you up tonight, kind of keeping things disturbed. You look off to the east, those are strong storms too, as you go over here towards Vandalia, over towards Ramsey, Illinois, back from Greenville and then down into Carlisle Lake. Those are strong storms. They don't look severe. They are producing some very heavy rainfall. Our severe threat right now seems to be concentrated to the southwest of St. Louis. Tornado warning in effect for parts of Crawford County, southwestern Franklin County, southern Gascony County. Those are the areas with this storm that is bowing out that need to be in their safe place. You need to be wherever your safe place is as you look at this area of storminess bowing out and the potential there of strong winds and potentially some quick hitting tornadoes that could spin out of these storms as they move to the northeast. And Gary, you know, we're looking at the pictures, these traffic cameras. There's a tremendous amount of lightning in these storms too.
A lot of lightning, and you see that everywhere, right? But this storm specifically has continued the lightning and also probably gained a little bit more lightning. And I think that's a testament to holding its strength together as well. As you just look at this camera specifically, I mean, it is lighting up significantly. It doesn't matter which MoDOT camera I pull up, whether it's on 44, it is a light show outside. You're likely seeing this outside your window as well. So as we continue to monitor what's going on here specifically, what you'll notice here is we still have this active tornado watch in place till 3 o'clock. So as we kind of reset things and talk about why we're still going to be with you as long as we need to be at this moment. We still have this active tornado warning that's still in place here for the next few minutes. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning as well, but it's all part of the same system. So this does not include St. Louis City, although you're still involved in that tornado watch till 3 a.m. But it's this bowing out from really Oak Hill into Cuba that you're starting to see, and we've pulled up some of those cameras. But it's this specific tornado warning that's in place, and it's just really on the northern side of this. And as I loop this, you can start to see how it's spinning just a little bit just by looking at it in that counterclockwise motion. And it's these little areas within that we're starting to see these little minor areas of rotation, specifically, let's say right about here. And it's this as it continues to lift up near Oak Hill, even north on, I would say right now near St. James, you'll start to see these little spots. They're not anything too significant right now, nothing jumping out specifically, but there are spots within this storm that are indicating that maybe there's some brief weak circulation within this. And obviously you have the significant wind on the leading edge of this, like I mentioned. So you really haven't seen, you've seen this classic red, this bright red with all this lightning. It has not let up whatsoever. So the storm is maintaining its strength as it enters this very favorable area that we've talked about that didn't get any rain earlier. It's still riding along this stationary boundary, which is adding another layer of, hey, can we get some of these things to twist on the leading edge of this? And it's got this significant lightning. So you add that with the significant rain and the potential for a few of these brief tornadoes. And that's the storm system as it continues to race up 44 essentially and stay south of the city. That's why we think that this threat is probably going to be with us for at least another couple of hours, Scott.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's what we're watching at this point, trying to find what's going on with these storms and what the worst part of these storms is. I just want to check here, see if I can find the Cuba camera, trying to pull that up for us here, because it really has been pouring down to the southwest of St. Louis. And let's see if this works. It may or may not come up. It does. So that's at the Cuba airport right now. And again, a drenching rain happening there. That area under a tornado warning right now, but you're getting that drenching rain in and around the Cuba area at this point. So, you know, you need to be in your safe place if you're in the path of these storms down to the south and southwest of St. Louis. As Gary was talking about, it's an area that really, at this point, is just favored for additional severe thunderstorm development. Nothing around the metro area is screaming severe weather right now, but it is noisy. It is pouring rain in a lot of spots, and maybe even some small hail. But what we're seeing around 270, 255 loop around St. Louis, that is not severe at the moment. We go farther southwest of St. Louis, here's where we're having our problems. And you can see, kind of getting the lightning to jump out a little bit. I'm wondering if we're starting to lose some of our radar information. That doesn't look like it. It looks like that's lined up pretty well, but I just want to check time-wise. I'm going to go back and just kind of pull out a little bit and go over here. See what, because look how the, you know, Gary, I'm wondering if just based on how the lightning is versus what the radar is looking like, there's a little discontinuity there. And I'm wondering, well, I guess maybe we're starting to see the, I don't know. I don't know if we're getting the lightning out ahead of the storms, which would be indicative of additional development ahead of the storms, or if the radar is kind of lagging just a little bit, which could very well be happening right now. Certainly not out of the question, although it doesn't really look like it because I got it looks like both vantage points that I have are still pretty much squared away there. So at any rate, these are the areas here southwest of St. Louis that we're most concerned about right now. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and I think the radar is lagging behind. I think it's about, I think it stopped about 10 minutes ago. And I think that may be on our problem. I don't know. But we're going to see. Maybe our problem, it may not be, it could be the government, we don't know. But at any rate, I'm going to say based on that lightning, Gary, I think the stronger part of that storm that might be producing a tornado has now shifted most likely to the east and northeast of Cuba. And that line's probably already into Steelville. And
Yeah, it does look like it's at Steelville. It's just north of Steelville is where the greatest concern is, and that's where we're starting to see a little bit of a notch develop here, where we're looking at some of that inflow.
yeah,
I see what you mean about the radar, because I have to switch to the terminal Doppler, even though that's not going to be completely
that's not going
helpful
to
right
get it
now.
out there. So we're looking down here, and again, I think this is a little
But
bit.
it's not just it's not just that it's not the radar per se. It's Springfield as well. So it's something to do with data. Although Springfield just went back on for me.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the area here that's just north of Steelville. Looked like it had a little more of a notch to it, but that was on a different radar.
If you pull it to the left, you can see we really have to turn that off, and I'll do that, and I'll go over to max.
I'll pop that one. Yeah, let me see.
Turn St. Louis off for a second, because it is behind, as you've noted.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the data.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So this area here around Bird's Nest, there's a little notch there. And you know, again, we're kind of in that no man's land. Shoot, I did that myself. We're kind of in this area where we're so far removed from either radar site. But that area along Highway 19 here towards Bird's Nest, that's a potential for something to be touching down in that vicinity there. And that's going to take us, that kind of goes over here to the east and get you over here. I mean, you're down towards south of Leesburg. So if you're south of Leesburg, any of these little communities in there, you've got a little notch there coming your way that potentially could be producing a tornado. So that tornado warning in effect there. And again, I'm going to save this, Gary, just because I want to keep that one going in case we don't get St. Louis radar back. There's always that possibility. There's always data, we're overworking a lot of computer issues tonight. But this is kind of our biggest problem here, is what's down to the southwest of St. Louis. Now, if I pop it over, I'm going to add the lightning back in there, if it'll let me. And it even looks like it might be, I think the lightning is jumping way ahead of where even on Springfield's radar. So I think we are having a whole data lagging situation here tonight, where these storms are actually bowing out ahead of where we are showing them. That's going to be what I think we're dealing with here. Because look at the lightning jumping out. I'm going to let's try one other thing here.
Well, and when I'm on our phone radar, the one that the radar scope, if I switch it to STL, it says 16 minutes old. So it's not just us.
Yeah. Well, and I just added, I think it's a data issue.
Yeah.
Somehow. I don't know how, but if you look, because the terminal Doppler is doing the same thing. So somewhere the data is getting hung up. Now that's, we still have things we can look at, but the data is getting hung up. So this is the terminal Doppler, and you can see how the lightning bolts keep moving, but the showers and thunderstorms under them don't. So that's why we say, oh, that's a problem, right? And here's the same thing with this. Now, if I take off, actually, I'll pull that one back. Take off both of those. Even we're on Lincoln, and Lincoln is a little bit behind. So we're just having a problem with radar in general. So it does look like, though, the tornado warning has expired down in Sullivan. I think you're going to get another one coming shortly. And I don't know if...
Yeah, it's not, I can't think it's just us.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's just us. So, and it's, because it's also over here, this is also
They've issued a downstream tornado warning, but we cannot see it.
okay.
So they have issued a downstream tornado warning so that we can just start to point things out, because they're running into some issues here as well.
Yeah,
So so
I wonder if it's...
let's talk about what's going on specifically, because we've got this south of Leesburg right now,
Right.
south of Bourbon.
Yeah, radar scope doesn't have it either.
No, so, which is okay. So we're going to try to talk you through this, because it's not just us. It's one of those things that this is where we rely on computers all the time, and this is National Weather Service says what has happened right now. Just to let you know, National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. Usually that automatically pops through to everybody's system. It's not going through anybody's system right now. So we've got to kind of put you through this and give you an idea of where this is specifically. So right now it's near Sullivan. And so what I want to point out, and really as I kind of zoom in, it's going to be right about here. So if you're in Sullivan, if you're in St. Clair, you're in Richwoods, you're in Potosi, those are the areas that I'd like you to go inside and stay in your safe place. I know this, you might want to look outside, you wake up, you hear the sirens, and hopefully the sirens are working as well, but that also could be one of those information dissemination things as well. So as we continue to get information on this, so not only is that, we also run into the emergency managers are not getting the information, so we're looking, we're kind of talking to each other right now and getting some information from them. But as we continue to look at some of this, we're running behind on all this. So it is, right now we have Sullivan as a look at, and so we have to go through different products and different examples to give you an idea of who's impacted by this. But right now we have a new tornado warning that has not been posted and probably is struggling to get to you. But we want to highlight some of the areas that are involved in this, because Diana just tweeted me and said that rain is just now hitting West Sullivan. So the line still remains tornadic as we talk to some of our partners with the National Weather Service. They're going to send it again for us. Whether or not it goes through, we don't know.
Yeah,
but
Kansas City's going to back them up now.
So they're running into some issues, so that's good. So Scott's on the horn with them as well, and so we're going to do our best to get you through this. Jeffrey, if you could put radar or one of the radars back up for us, so we can at least just point a few spots out right now. Like I said, Sullivan, Richwoods, these areas are under a tornado warning. It is not showing up there. It's not because of anything that you're not doing incorrectly. And it's not because of our system. Their National Weather Service is running into a few things right now. They're getting them straightened out, and they're going to have some other help from some of the other agencies around. So if you're in Richwoods, you're in Cedar Hill, even Festus, Bonne Terre, Potosi, just this specific area, since we're kind of struggling to look behind, and Scott's getting all this information, so he's going to keep you posted as well. But we want to prepare you for this right here. If you're in Cedar Hill, even Arnold and Festus, just because this is moving so quickly and we can't get eyeballs on this right now, I want you to go ahead and go into your safe space here at this moment, because this storm's moving pretty quickly. We have a couple of signs, and I know it doesn't look like much right now, but just trust us on this right now, because as the radar is struggling to go from products, and you'll look at this because I've turned on Springfield's radar and system, which is working well, but the St. Louis one, watch when I move it, it goes back to the other one. So it speeds it up all of a sudden, right? So that's how far it's lagging behind. So I just wanted to prove that to you as we just kind of show you that specifically. But as we continue to communicate with our emergency management partners here and work through some struggles on everybody's end, we just want to show you what's going on, because from Cedar Hill, from Festus, into Waterloo, we're going to continue to monitor those specific areas as we continue to look at some of the data from upstream, and that's why you hear Scott kind of checking things out. We still have a tornado warning in place, and let me just kind of circle some of these areas, because I know that it's maybe not it's easier said than done when you don't see it, but let's kind of give you an idea of what some of these areas are. From really Melville, Pacific, Cedar Hill, Richwoods. It's already starting to rain right now in some of these areas in West Sullivan. But if you're in this circled area, and as I continue to zoom in, those are the areas that I'd like you to get inside your safe place here, because you're under a tornado warning. I know we always look at the polygon, but we're going to have to go with what we're drawing on right now as we continue to look at things. And Scott's got some other information. He's kind of working on a few things, and we kind of work our way through this situation as we kind of get things back up to speed, Scott.
You know, it's going to take a little bit here, because there's issues. There's issues on the system. So what I'm doing, and it's not us, it's everybody. I've got the lightning on here right now, so you can see where the cloud to ground lightning is and how it's expanding quickly east. I don't know exactly where this tornado warning is, but I'm going to bet, based on where it was going, that we're talking about this area that's going over Leesburg and extended over here towards Richwoods, Highway 185. Most likely the area we were looking at notching in kind of the area just north of Steelville or around Steelville. So just taking that trajectory on that northeastward path, and the fact that that lightning is really picking up there, you are now getting that circulation crossing out of Crawford County into Washington County. Okay. They're getting 39 miles per hour. What we're getting, I think Jim is trying to tell us that they are going to, I don't know if they're going to extend it over, but boy.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation we've never run into before.
We haven't been, this takes me back to the, when you had to dial into the radar when I was 15. and you didn't have any of this technology around. Bottom line here is they are trying to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, and I'm going to see if I can, or a tornado warning. I'll try to draw it on here from what he's got. Down to here, over to here, back to here. I need to do this differently.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take off. First of all, let me go up here and whoops, well, that wasn't good. All right, so we're having issues.
It's pretty close. If you want to pull me up, Jeffrey, while Scott gets this figured out, I've got a couple areas. I think this is working out pretty well. So as we look at what's going on, so like we mentioned, they're running into a couple of specific issues here. So what you're going to look at, this is from Sullivan all the way to Hillsborough and Arnold. So it's pretty close to where I kind of made that crude circle where we continue to look at that. So if you're starting in Sullivan, that's where this specific area, Sullivan all the way to Arnold, and Scott's getting this drawn up for you. Sullivan all the way to Arnold, and it does really go down and it stays away from Ironton. So Sullivan, Potosi, Hillsborough, DeSoto. These are the areas specifically that are under this tornado warning that I know it's not showing up right now. We're running through some data issues that the National Weather Service is working through. These are the same locations that we are kind of working our way through this, and it's all along the same boundary. So if you are in, once again, specific areas, from Sullivan to Hillsborough. So this is the beginning of it, and Scott's working on this right now, and he's got a pretty good line on it. So Jeffrey, if you want to get to Scott right now, he's got a specific look at it. Once again, the radar is down, so Scott's working out things right now. Yeah. And Scott, you've got it in a really nice spot. That's where the tornado warning is that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, this is basically the entire line here has a whole bunch of, and here it comes, they just got it out, has a whole bunch of circulations on it. So this whole line that goes across parts of Franklin County into Jefferson County, down into northern portions of St. Francis County, and into Washington County, far eastern portions of Crawford County. That's where we are looking at the potential for a severe thunderstorm or a tornado anywhere along that line. I can't show you the line right now because the radar imagery is back. It stopped at 25 minutes after midnight. And it stopped for all of us at 25 minutes after midnight. The National Weather Service out of Kansas City has issued the warning for Crawford County, Washington County, and southeastern Franklin County. We've gone ahead and pulled it over into Jefferson County and northern portions of St. Francis County to kind of just anticipate what's along that line. We don't know what it looks like right now. We know there is a line of intense severe thunderstorms that was bowing out. We know there were circulations embedded along that line. Any one of them could be producing a tornado. So there are multiple circulations along here. Now what I'm going to do, now that I've got this saved in here, is we're going to go in and just kind of based on the lightning data that you're seeing in here is still relatively accurate. So this line where we're going to be talking about potential of circulations and tornadoes is going to be along Highway 47 coming into Richwoods right now. And then we're going to take it down from there towards Cruz Mill, towards Bell Fountain. We're going to go down farther as we head down Highway 21 towards Potosi, towards Mineral Point, of course, Highway 8 towards Shirley, or back there into the Mark Twain Forest, but that's right along the area where we're seeing those cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So it's out right along that area as those cloud-to-ground lightning strikes kind of roll in. And I'm going to assume that the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes are still up to speed. If they're not, then this is even farther behind. But if you're in these areas, and that includes in Bonne Terre, Park Hills, you guys, you need to be in your safe spot right now. We're going to say that for Valley Mines, heading up here towards DeSoto, Olympian Village, really along Highway 21. That includes Hillsborough too. So this, we've kind of overexpanded this area. You've got time in Jefferson County, but right now, if you're in southeastern Franklin County, Washington County, Missouri, especially along and north of Highway 8, you need to be in your safe place at this point. So, Gary, I'm going to see if this is coming up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so it just came out what they went ahead and did from Kansas City,
Yeah.
just came out and populated the radar.
Richwoods. So it's pretty close to where you were looking
Yeah.
at, right?
Yeah. So they're more focused in, and I'll give you another arrow and I'll change it. This is more focused on. Come here.
What's
The
that? Right
actual-
on 185 there.
Yeah. The actual tornado warning that they came out with is more along this line. Okay, so that's what they've done. Our yellow area is kind of the overarching thing because there are so many different types of circulations that were showing up on there. We just kind of overblew it along. So just so you know, the Kansas City is backing up St. Louis right now. So our warnings are going to come out of Kansas City, but they are down at the Weather Service. The radar is down. So it's a network issue. So we just, we're having a network issue. If you're in northern portions of Washington County, if you are in southeastern portions of Franklin County, you need to be in your safe place right now. We don't really know what the radar looks like. All we know is that this is the area where the lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning is showing up, and that's, we believe, is the only thing that's really up to date. Now, I'm going to pop in and see if the new tornado warning, if I did it, I wasn't too far off. That's what Kansas City has right now. So Kansas City is issuing warnings for St. Louis at this moment, something they probably weren't expecting to do. So, and they did send out a message just a few minutes ago from Washington that says they have problems,
Yeah.
which
It's multiple offices, right? So
Yes.
it's, once again, this is not
it's a
this is not
network.
something that we're dealing with, which is, the first thing we think of, right? Like, hit the wrong button or something like that, do a little restart. But, it's not just that. It's, and you're probably seeing this as you wake up and see it on your phone. So it's difficult. But as Scott has mentioned, it's this specific area. This has been issued from the National Weather Service in Kansas City because their systems are operational to be able to do that. But this is where the tornado is. That is a radar indicated tornado. So as we continue to monitor this, if you're at Hillsborough, Cedar Hill, just because of everything that's going on, I'd like you to be just inside, just to kind of keep that, go to your safe space here as well. So I just want to talk about some of the areas downstream, just because we know this thing's moving very quickly. It's at night, and we're dealing with all these issues. So even though you're not involved in this specific tornado warning just yet, if you're in High Ridge, Cedar Hill, Hillsborough, really anywhere from Arnold to Festus, I think I'd feel just a lot better if you just kind of took this seriously, because it's moving so quickly as we continue to monitor, and when we have to deal with some of these outages that are throughout the entire country that are impacting us. So that's why you cannot see. So if you're just flipping, if you've heard sirens in the middle of the night, and hopefully that's going to be another thing tomorrow, whether or not that all the channels went through or if they were later. But if you're waking up, you hear a loud storm and you're wondering what's going on outside, I just want to keep you posted. It's 102. We have a tornado watch in place until 3 a.m. for most of our area. And we also have had multiple tornado warnings right now. And the leading edge of this main one that we're focusing on right now is smaller, but it's from Sullivan into Richwoods, and it's a smaller polygon. And the outage of the radar is not allowing us to see it. National Weather Service in Kansas City is doing this right now. And you look at this camera in Sullivan, and you can't see a lot because it's raining very hard, as you would expect. So we're going to go really old school and keep you posted on what's going on just by looking at some of the cameras and saying, well, this is where the rotation is. We're not going to be able to see this right now, but it's blinding rain. You have perhaps a car pulled off to the side there and a lot of lightning, and we at least have some semblance of what's going on. outside. So it's those areas that we look at downstream to give us an idea of what's happening. And as we continue to focus on some of those areas, we're still running into that. And you have this, once again, this severe thunderstorm warning, which has been issued. It's until 1:30. So just to give you some of the details here, you can see the back edge of this. The National Weather Service in Kansas City has had to back up the National Weather Service in St. Louis due to this outage. So as you see this, this is Washington and Franklin counties on the Missouri side. So as we kind of scoot back just a little bit, you can see what's going on, and that's where we're still dealing with the possibility of quarter-sized hail and this tornado as it's moving near Richwoods, and this is moving at 65 miles an hour. So,
yeah.
that's, I think, like I mentioned, and I was just talking to you, Scott, as you're trying to get your things settled in, these areas downstream that are not involved in that, that's why I want you to be prepared for this, because we're dealing with all these issues. We don't know if they're going to get fixed at the moment. So we're going to do our best to keep you posted about what the information that we know and how we're collaborating with all our partners, Scott. And you at least have what it looks like on the radar. And I know this is not perfect, but it's at least going to give people an idea.
Yeah.
Now that we're kind of getting our ducks in a row here.
At least it's a few minutes old. This is Springfield. It was the only radar that's working right now, at least that's tied into the network. So this is Springfield. It's still delayed because you can see the lightning bolts are jumping out ahead of it. Listen, if that tornado is actually near Richwoods, which is what Kansas City is saying, then we need to have the tornado warning over into Jefferson County. And so if you're in Jefferson County right now, and let's just say everybody in Jefferson County, because we don't know.
Right.
We just don't know. If you're in Jefferson County right now, in Missouri, you need to be in your safe place. That's Hillsborough, that's Cedar Hill. We're assuming that storm, the potential circulation somewhere around Richwoods, which would mean the most likely area for it to impact would be heading towards Hillsborough, towards Morse Mill, over towards Peevely eventually. But again, we don't know. That radar is old. The lightning is really racing in towards Richwoods. So if there's a circulation near Richwoods right now, if you're in Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place. That's down Highway 30, Cedar Hill to Hillsborough to Morse Mill, Ballew's Creek, over here to Mappaville. We're going to get you down towards Ware to Cottage Farm. Some of the areas here, this looks like a pretty good size area here near that Ridgecrest Drive and Vista Drive, Highway BB. That's west of Highway BB and State Road B. Between those two, that subdivision that's there, Morse Mill, this is an area where a lot of St. Louisans who commute to work up in town live down here. Cedar Hill to Dittmer, you're along Highway 30 here, down towards Grubbville. Again, if this is coming out of the Richwoods area, okay, Fletcher would be in the path of that. Ware's in the path of that. Your state highways are H, Y, Highway 21, Highway 30. You need to be in your safe place now. There's a lot we don't know with what's going on at the moment versus what we would anticipate. So the last thing we got here is a new tornado warning.
Well, I think some of them are getting it with the old ones, right? So I think that's part of the data, right? So, just to kind of talk about the way that things are setting up for us is, typically a tornado warning is issued. They kind of let us know about it maybe just a few seconds early. It goes through some automated text services, which go to your emergency managers, which sound your alarms, which go to your phones, which, kind of buzz you to give you an idea, because this is an important situation, right? Those things have been chopped off at some point. Something's not working, something's not talking to the other thing. So, and then we also lose the data from the radar, obviously, and many other radars in National Weather Service impacted areas. So that's why we have to kind of manually do this. So as they have collaborated with the Kansas City office to at least issue these watches and warnings, like Scott mentioned, it's Cedar Hill, it's Arnold. Let's act like we see something because we've seen it from other radar products. We know what it is capable of. And you're looking at some of these areas downstream. This thing is moving at 65 miles an hour. It's racing. It's nighttime. It's 1:08 in the morning. And maybe your sirens aren't going off. So if you know a friend in Arnold, Barnhart, Festus, right across the river, in Waterloo even, in Maystown, these are the areas that we really need to think about, because this is moving so quickly and we're kind of dealing with a little bit of uncertainty, obviously, because we can't see it too much, Scott. But what we're kind of using is some of the messaging from our partners outside, and then also the other radars that are working. And then, you're just kind of looking at things, and, we're going to get through this just fine, right? It's just the fact that it's as we look at our Arnold camera, what we're probably going to see is a bunch of lightning. This is a significant amount of lightning. That's kind of how we've been tracking it, just looking at where the storm system is at all. It's raining very hard, and
Yes.
if nothing else, I mean, there's a lot of flash flood warnings in
That are
other
just
spots.
coming up, yeah.
So,
We've got one now for St. Louis County.
Yeah, so that's a secondary thing, but that's probably, oddly enough, the bottom of our problems right now. And, we'll get to that, but there's a lot of this lightning. And the reason that we're going to continue to stay with you through the night, and meteorologist Anthony Slaughter is already in. He's ready to rock and roll and deal with some of this stuff as we will pass the torch to him at 4 a.m. But regardless, it's Cedar Hill, it's Hillsborough, it's Festus. These areas, as this storm races very, very quickly, as we continue to try to get caught up in some of these things and fill in the gaps. And Scott, you're looking at some of this lightning here. I see out of the corner of my eye, and that's what you've been kind of using to determine. The storm is still very strong. So regardless of whether it's rotating in some of these spots or not, it hasn't lost any strength. So we have no reason to believe that as it's picking up speed on the ground, then, and it continues with this lightning, no reason to believe that we shouldn't be at least taking this seriously in some of these areas that I'm pointing out.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, I'm looking at the lightning here, and over the last hour, how this cloud-to-ground lightning is advancing onto the east. It looks like there was a circulation close to Richwood. So if there was a circulation that was close to Richwood, that's why we're saying if you're in Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place. We don't really know what the radar looks like. We don't have access to the radar. National Weather Service doesn't have access to the radar right now. Kansas City's backing up St. Louis, trying to issue those warnings. And, we're just saying at this point that if you're in Jefferson County, you should be in your safe place. I'm going to say with this lightning that's down here towards Potosi, let's go ahead and say you need to be in your safe place, northern portions of St. Francis County, north of Farmington in particular. We may have something bowing out here. We don't really know, okay? The radar is still down. We're waiting for them to get it back up, but it's been down since about 12:30. We are seeing some warnings now populating in from time to time, but not everything. We do have a new severe, or I shouldn't say severe thunderstorm, we have a new flash flood warning for St. Louis County. Looks like we also have one for parts of Gasconade and Franklin County. And again, those are areas that have been already pummeled by these storms as time has gone on. So we got a new tornado warning. Nope, I think that's the old one. That's an old one. Okay, so we're just going to stick with what we have with the tornado warning, at least what we anticipate to be a tornado warning here for Jefferson County and far eastern Washington County and the northern portions of St. Francis County. Because we don't have radar information right now. All we have is lightning that we can see. Cloud-to-ground lightning, we have our cameras, but in the middle of the night, you are not going to get a lot of spotters around. And our network issue, because of this network issue, there's a good chance that even the emergency managers are not able to communicate as they normally would. Here's what we want you to do. If you know somebody in Jefferson County and you're awake right now, and you can get off Max 2 because this is kind of old for the radar loops and go back to Max 1, Steve. But if you know somebody in Jefferson County or northern portions of St. Francis County, call them and tell them we don't know if there's a tornado coming your way because the internet has crashed, essentially. The network there's a network problem, a computer issue. But there were thunderstorms that looked like they could produce tornadoes coming into Jefferson County and get to your safe place. Where is your safe place? It's going to be the lowest level of whatever floor you are on. As many windows between you and the outside as possible, okay? If you've got a basement, that's good. We're going to wear our shoes, okay? making sure we're wearing our shoes and we're protecting our head. So if you're in Jefferson County, in Missouri, any of our Jefferson County communities, we need you to be safe and in your safe place now. Highway 21, Goldman, Hillsborough, over to Morse Mill, up here towards Cedar Hill, Highway 21, Highway 30. You're starting to get the cloud to ground lightning in and around the Ditmer area, starting to get some lightning strikes just west of Ware now. They're picking up towards Fletcher and down towards DeSoto, Valley Mines, Olympian Village, even along Interstate 55 in Jefferson County. We need you to get to your safe place now because we don't know what the radar actually looks like. It's telling us that it's down. Let's see if this is back yet. I just popped, I've got it on there and we're going to see if it shows up. Okay, so now it looks like it might be a little more reasonable. I don't know. Can you tell that? What do you think? What
I
do you
gotta think we're getting close here.
Yeah, it looks like they just popped it back.
Yeah.
So if there's
Yeah,
some
it's
kind of
back now.
circulation towards Richwoods, then, you know, and it is bowing out there.
Yeah,
No.
so basically nothing that we've said has changed, right? I think we're
Yeah,
still...
the only thing is we've got all of you folks in Jefferson County in your basement because we don't know.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. You know, we just don't know. And with,
But yeah, just even looking at our just pure products of radars, half of them are offline.
yeah, that's what I was noticing. And they're trying to issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for downstream for this line. But we don't know where exactly that's going to be for yet. So it's been an interesting, Anthony, you've missed a very interesting evening here in St. Louis. So there's your line, and I'm wondering how, properties. So that's back up. Lincoln's still down. Paducah finally came back. So we're slowly getting some of our sites back. How about at the terminal Doppler? Let's see if that's there. Ooh, that was jumpy. So you have the flash flood warning for much of the metro area. Anthony, was it really bad coming in wet?
A lot of the right and left lanes.
Yeah.
Water,
A lot of water.
couple spots
A lot of water, standing water.
near Grand Van Deventer.
Oh yeah, that favored
Oh,
areas.
no.
Be really careful this morning.
All right, so, you know, and really we don't want you out there running around at this hour of the night anyway, unless, you know, there are people that have to work. So there's, I suppose this is the actual current radar. We don't know.
I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah. So, and it looks like they're trying to, let's see what this one is.
It doesn't look like it's changed a whole lot, to be honest with you, since it was in Cuba. It might be a little less put together, but it has not weakened a whole lot.
No, and yeah, they were trying to be up, and they're not. They're trying to get Kansas City to issue a severe thunderstorm warning. Listen, if you're in Jefferson County, this is the radar that we got just a couple of minutes ago. We think it's back to speed, but this line's still showing, you know, multiple areas where there could be some circulations in there.
They've extended that tornado warning north of 44 into the flash flood warning now.
Well,
Showing up on our thing yet.
there's a lot of things that are not showing up.
Yeah.
And so we honestly, we're all just kind of flying along here, and we'll see what happens. But that leading edge, Richwoods, sure looks like there might be something spinning there. But also we don't know if there's some contamination with the radar. That's a possibility as well. So,
Yeah, especially as you have this catching it from all these different feeds, and it just looks all different. And that's just kind of that area where it doesn't even, when the radar's working, that's still pretty far away from both of them.
yeah. So that's, this, I still think whatever comes out here, Jefferson County, you need to be in your safe place. And I'm going to say eastern Washington County, from Potosi off to the east, it may already be past Potosi. I don't know. There's a lot of lightning, cloud to ground lightning. So they're doing a severe thunderstorm warning. There, it showed up. So a severe thunderstorm warning here for the rest of Jefferson County, Monroe County, St. Genevieve County, St. Francis County, Washington County, Northern Iron County, southwestern portions of St. Clair County, and southeastern portions of Franklin County. I think we got them all. So basically a big area of where you should be away from windows and doors and be prepared for something to spin up, especially on the leading edge of this. And this is an area that really hasn't seen a whole lot of action, and that's why that threat is still in existence tonight, because this area hasn't been worked over by the strong thunderstorms from earlier. So again, if you're in Jefferson County, I would be in my safe place tonight. I know it's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but the way things have gone with this system and the way we've seen all these little notches and the fact that conditions are still favorable for something to spin out of these storms, I'd be in my safe place tonight, whether that's in the basement or lowest level of whatever building you're in. The flash flooding is a concern in the metro area, St. Louis County, flash flood warning, southwestern portions of Franklin County, southern Gascony County, the areas that have seen, the most rainfall, and repeatedly over and over. So, Gary, that's a pretty broad severe thunderstorm warning here that's in effect. And this one's going to run until 2 a.m., so that's going to cover us for the next 40 minutes, and we'll see how things evolve from there.
Yeah, and I gotta think. Still, like you mentioned, that's an area that it really hadn't got that much rain today. We did have a few of those showers earlier, and we were hopeful that that would create it would at least diminish a little bit. But this storm, despite the big gap in the radar, has not really shown like it's changed a whole lot. So when we looked at it when it was first moving into Rolla, and we had the initial tornado warnings and some of those little small spin-ups, then it continued to strengthen and it held together as it moved through. That's where I think we still have the biggest issue, as this storm just doesn't really want to weaken. So as we look ahead over the next few hours, we're still looking at probably another hour worth of this, as this is probably the main storm that we're looking at. And it's, not the area that's in the flash flood warning, but it's the areas that are to the south. So like you mentioned, if you're on the other side of things, that would be the best bet for you to get inside your safe space at that point. So as we continue to look at things, so that's what we would continue to monitor and look at here as we still look at that severe thunderstorm warning. So even as we continue to look at what's going on moving forward, I still think that we're still monitoring this specific area right now that's to the south. So as we kind of get things moving and play around with it just a little bit more, what you'll notice is it's the leading edge of this line that we've just had a really hard time getting this thing to show up. But it's Festus, it's Waterloo. Is this moving now at about 55 to 60 miles an hour? Anywhere on the other side of the river, I would take this very seriously here at this moment. So Scott, we still have these little minor spots that are not showing up that well, or maybe as well as they were earlier, those little notches on the leading edge of this system. But at the very least, a wind gust of at least 50 miles an hour and some of these brief tornadoes are going to be possible as this thing continues to race off. So obviously with it moving so fast, we can tell that there's a lot of wind up there to drive this system, which, as you mentioned so often, is the reason that we have this nighttime convection. People have, kind of asked me online all day, well, if it was raining and cloudy all day, how are we getting thunderstorms, and how are we into some tornado watch? And here we are at 123 because everything else as a whole continues to drive this force even well into the night.
Yeah, and I think, we still have another hour, hour and a half, 2 hours before we finally get this a little farther off to the east. It's running a little bit behind schedule because we were anticipating by now that this band that you're seeing here coming into Jefferson County would have been over towards New Athens, a little farther towards the east. I do want to pass along that we got rainfall totals that are in excess of 2 inches for several places around the area, and a lot of that's been coming in short order here this evening. So we've got that. Here's the thing: there are lots of there's lots of little spins and lots of little circulations all along this line. When you go in and look at this line, everywhere along this line that the wind aloft, the jet stream coming in aloft is pushing it out a little bit, tends to drag some of that wind down. You see all these little notches in there. That also tends to create some sort of spinning and some circulation. So that's a scenario that plays out where if you're going to get a tornado, it's a quick spin up. And because it's late at night and it's dark, there aren't spotters out looking for what's going on. We don't have a good visual on anything that's happening. And it being at night, unless it actually hits somebody's house, we're not going to know much about it. And the emergency folks are more concerned when they get the calls of taking care of business. They don't have time to relay a lot of information because they're stressed if there is damage. So, we got to watch this thing. I would say if you're down here in, I've said it now for a while, St. Francis County and into Jefferson County, I'm going to be in my safe place, whether that's in the basement or wherever it's going to be. I'm going to be in the safe place because at this point, there's just, especially given the problems we've had with technology tonight, I'm looking down in Rolla. Phelps County's got about 2,500. Crawford County has a fair number of people out. Franklin's not too bad. Washington, Missouri's not too bad. Jefferson County, Missouri's not too bad. St. Louis County has about 1,300 out, which, that's not terrible considering how many customers there are in St. Louis County. But what that is telling us is that there's probably not an extensive amount of wind damage so far with these storms. So just based on where this is, we're going to, with all these little notches that are showing up in here, odds are you should, take this storm seriously, at the very least inside, away from windows and doors. And, I'd be in the hall closet or, someplace for sure that's going to offer me a little more protection, given what we're seeing right now on the radar screen.
Yeah, I think, it's the fact that that's such a big, big severe thunderstorm watch at this, or warning at this point, with that possibility of a tornado, just goes to show you with all the stuff that we've had. As a reset, if you're waking up, you've heard sirens, your phone goes off, you're just hearing loud thunder, we have a tornado watch from now till 3 a.m., but there are still a couple of areas that we really want to monitor for the potential for tornadoes. We've run into some technological issues, not here locally, but really nationally, that has impacted the ability to show the radar for a while. So as we look at what's going on right now, that's why you have some of this uncertainty where you have this line of storms that stretches through Potosi right now. I just looked at some of the MoDOT cameras in Festus, and I didn't see any sign that we're seeing significant rain. So we have to look at those things right now because we're running into these technological issues, but we do have a good picture of the radar here. And you'll see that if you're in Festus, you're in Farmington, you're involved in this severe thunderstorm warning. And what Scott has kind of mentioned, and we've been mentioning for the last several hours, as we watch this big bowed line of storms, it's going to run into these other localized areas that we have these boundaries. You'll notice this northerly breeze out ahead of this rain-cooled air. We also have a pretty steady area of south breeze, and as this entire area continues to work its way right across that, that's where you're going to run into these little areas of rotation. And that's why we have the possibility of a tornado anywhere in this severe thunderstorm warning. There's a lot of lightning with this system as well. So anywhere from Farmington, and I even just kind of zoom into some of these spots so I can show you, it's not the best picture because of how far this is away from the radar and obviously some of the other stuff that we have going on. But I do want to point out that if you're up right now and you're in Bonne Terre, you're in Park Hills, you're in Bloomsdale, you're in St. Genevieve, even Farmington, these areas right along 55 and then on the other side of the river as well, into Chester, Ellis Grove, this is where I would really just take this seriously because it's moving very quickly at about 60 miles an hour. And the fact that we have so much uncertainty with the radar, and we at least have a picture to show you what it looks like, just because we've been dealing with those technological issues for really nationwide. So that is not just us. These are areas that I would look at specifically because of the nature of how this storm has performed when it's gone from Rolla all the way across 44 through Sullivan. It has not lost any of its luster whatsoever. It has continued to stay very strong, and as it continues to work its way off at about 65 miles an hour, those are the areas that I would really just take this seriously. And I think, as you've mentioned, Scott, really anywhere north in the city, we're getting a ton of rain, and there are multiple flash flood warnings throughout that are going to be really, it's going to be something Anthony talks about at great length, and Paul, when we were talking about some of this traffic stuff in the morning. But to the south, right here, is our main severe threat. I know these areas to the north may still be in a tornado watch. I just don't, they're not going to be dealing with this. This is our area that we focus on throughout the rest of the night. And it's specifically anywhere south of St. Louis, south of Arnold and Tefestus, those areas in this big severe thunderstorm warned polygon that continues through 2 o'clock in the morning. That is where, like you mentioned, like Scott, go into your safe place and take this seriously, at least for a little bit. This is moving very quickly, so we can give you an all clear pretty quickly once we get things moving on. But it's moving about 60 miles an hour, so it is roaring out there right now.
Yeah, and we've lost the radar again.
Oh,
so
okay. Well,
the storms are
what's gonna
farther
happen.
along than what we would anticipate. It looked like there was a circulation down here in north of Farmington up towards Bonne Terre. So, and I'm going to go ahead and take the, I don't know, really. We're kind of flying to some degree blind here tonight because the radar will come back for a couple of sweeps, and it's not that the National Weather Service, they actually have they've got the pictures out there, they can see it, but through the network of the National Weather Service infrastructure, there are computer issues tonight and it's causing problems. So it looks like we are back to our situation where maybe we are not as up to speed as we thought, because the last image was at about 9 minutes after, so that's 21 minutes ago. All right, so Jefferson County down towards Bonne Terre. I want to look in this area down towards Bonne Terre, and just I'll let the gang at the Weather Service. They're drawing up a new tornado warning that's going to be in effect from Bonne Terre over to Bloomsdale. Same areas that Gary was just talking about a few minutes ago. Now, again, the radar is wonky. We've lost it. But I'm going to put a track on where this tornado warning in general is going to be, or where we think it's going to be, kind of give you the better idea. Going to the east and northeast, and we'll just get you over into St. Genevieve County. So if you're in northern portions of St. Francis County and now northern portions of St. Genevieve County and far southern portions of Jefferson County, let me take this back off and I'll make it a little bit bigger. You're going to get a tornado warning. Mm-hmm. And so kind of along 67 to the north of Park Hills, and we're going to take it over here. So here are the places where we're concerned and where you need to be in your safe spot. All right, kind of along 67 and to the east. That includes Hazel Run over to French Village, Kinsey, Bloomsdale. This includes Interstate 57 as you're getting into southern portions of Jefferson County. It includes across the river towards Kidd and Prairie du Rocher. There's your tornado warning that just came out. So this tornado warning, northern portions of St. Francis County, northern portions of St. Genevieve County, southeastern portions of Jefferson County, and southwestern portions of Monroe County in Illinois. I believe I got that right. And this is south of Waterloo. For those of you in Waterloo, it does not include Waterloo. It does not include Columbia, Illinois. It is south of there, especially over the bluffs there as you go down towards Maystown and the Fultz area. So kind of along the bluffs. So we're getting a circulation down there. This is one of those things where they're going to spin up. Around the Metro St. Louis area, there doesn't seem to be any immediate threat of severe weather around the St. Louis area. This is the area where you should be in your safe place. Northern portions of St. Francis County, northern portions of St. Genevieve County. We're not showing you the radar because the radar is lagging way behind with the image right now. So we're just not going to show that to you. You can kind of get an idea of where the greatest storms are, and it's really right along, the most intense storm action is right along Highway 67, and that is going to be pushing off towards the east. So in the Bonne Terre area, pushing off towards the east. Again, the radar is network problems, computer internet problems, whatever it is. We don't have accurate radar or recent radar to share with you with this storm system. And it's not just St. Louis radar, it's a lot of radars. But that's the path where there is that circulation that was very close to Bonne Terre that's running off to the east and northeast. So that's where we have the tornado warning, Gary. And that tornado warning, how long is that going to be in effect?
I think it's till 2.
That one goes until 2 o'clock.
Yep.
And it doesn't really look like that there's much in the way of hail with this either. It looks like it's just mainly, it's mainly that surge of wind and that spin that's associated with it, plus your potential for tremendous rainfall out of this. And the other thing that we continue to have to deal with tonight is also the flooding concerns. Even in the metro area, we have flash flood warnings now for St. Louis County and a good chunk of southwestern Gasconade County or southwestern Franklin County and southern portions of Gasconade County. But, if you're driving around St. Louis, it's not severe weather. It is the ponding on the roads that's a problem, and it's also still very noisy at this hour. We still have a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, a lot of heavy rain. And Gary, it looks like the lightning has upticked a little bit more down here along Highway 67 around Bonne Terre, which is where we were finding that circulation.
That seems to be the only thing that we can look at, so we're going to focus on it the most, right? But, that's absolutely, and lightning has been a really good measure of all these storms that we've seen tonight. And as we look at some of that lightning, you can see just in this specific storm, when we're talking about what's going on with this storm, just in this specific storm, I mean, it's quite a bit of lightning. So just in this specific area, I mean, look at this. I mean, we've got just the amount of lightning. I mean, you got about 117 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes, just associated with this storm completely. So it's this area that we still, once again, if you're just waking up middle of the night, hopefully the sirens are going off, but whatever it may be, we want to prepare you for what's been going on. We probably keep having to repeat it, but there's been some sort of data outage that's been allowing us, the National Weather Service, to get some of these products out radar-wise as well. And it's happened a lot throughout the country. So, of course, it's going to happen at 1:36 in the middle of the night, but that's why we're here kind of talking about what's going on. I do want to point out where this is as we look at what's happening here, because it's this specific area right about here in Bonne Terre we have this significant lightning. And as this tracks off to the north and northeast, this is moving very quickly. So it's Bloomsdale, it's from Park Hills, it's this area that we're really looking out ahead, because that's the most significant area as it works its way across the river. This is moving at about 60 miles an hour. And as we try to find ways to show you this the best, it really just is a matter of how does this storm going to impact us? Because we still run into the fact that Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, as we look at some of these things, are still impacted by this storm. And, you know, it's tough to see because, like I said, the radar product, this is old. We have to show you what's going on, and it's new, and that's why we have to look at this specific area. So it's Bonne Terre all the way up to Valley Mines, all the way up to Kinsey, all the way across the river. So this area, because it's moving so quickly, and we can show you where the lightning is, and I talked about that already. That's one of the things that it's at least working to some degree, but it's here all the way through south of Valley Mines, but the lightning continues to increase. And we mentioned the fact that it is picked up upwards of 115, 120 lightning strikes just within that little storm over the last 15 minutes. So that's just one small area. And as it works across the river, this is, like Scott mentioned, we just want you to be prepared because we're kind of flying blind. Here it's dark, it's almost 1:40 in the morning, and we've had all these outages, and we're relying on pictures, and it's the output from the National Weather Service. It's certainly not their fault because they're doing a really good job to getting us some of this information. But what we're trying to see and trying to figure out is the fact that we have, a couple of these little areas right now north of Bonne Terre in between Valley Mines. I think this is an area that we're going to highlight here. North of Bonne Terre between Valley Mines, that's where we have the most probably significant look at any sort of a little spin here. And I want to point that out just because that's where we're seeing the likelihood for where we have any sort of, it's right about here. And this is where I want to look at right about here, right into Valley Mines. That's where we're seeing that specific little spin here as we relay it from just south of Valley Mines here, right just outside of Bonne Terre. So you're starting to move in the clear, but this is more of a small area of rotation away and toward the radar, which we can't see, but I can show you a little bit. We'll work on some of this stuff later on. But what you're able to see as this continues to work its way across 55, this is a Kinsey. That's where I would really like you to be in your safe place here at 1:40 in the morning, because it is this system as it continues to work toward Kinsey, right across 55. It's this area right about there that I think we're going to see the best part. And Scott's kind of working its way into the neighborhood specifically. And he's doing a really good job of trying to find ways to communicate what we can see on one end where we're having difficulty. And Scott's found exactly where this tornado, that potential tornado in the warning is drawn up. And I want Scott to kind of walk us through that and get down to the ground level and show you where that specifically is. At the best that we can here at 1:40 when a lot of these things are not working properly.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty close to French Village at this point, and so if we kind of zoom in on that, it's off to the northeast or east-northeast right now of Bonne Terre and southeast of Valley Mines. And if we kind of go into that French Village area where we think it is, there's a little area there. It looks like it might be in that vicinity. That is Goose Creek. That's in right there kind of on, it looks like the county line as you're going from St. Francis into St. Genevieve County. So the Goose Creek area and maybe just a little bit to the north of that is where that circulation is right now. So that's the area just east of French Village. Again, the area that you see with the lake there, that's Goose Creek Lake. That area is a place where we're going to be concerned. You should be in your safe place right now. All right, going across into northern portions of St. Genevieve County, the area that will be in totality a week from now, and hopefully we don't have this kind of cruddy weather next week. Bloomsdale, Kinsey in the path of that, Bricky's in the path of that, and then we'll cross over the river and go into southwest portions of Monroe County and the far southeastern portions of Jefferson County. But it really looks like circulation is pretty close to the Goose Creek Lake area at this time. And again, we're still flying a bit blind here. We got a couple of pictures updated from the National Weather Service on our radar end where we could see it. They're still seeing it. They're putting that potential tornado very close to, again, the area that we were just talking about, very close to Goose Creek Lake in that area. There's also some hail that's going on down towards Park Hills too. So these are areas of concern as we're working our way through this time. So again, it's it's a bit of a mess here this evening because we don't have all of our tools that we normally would have at our disposal. But if you were in the path of that storm and potentially tornadic thunderstorm, let's give you some timelines here of, this is just specifically where we're seeing that one circulation. Lawrencetown, Danby, Bloomsdale, Clement. So there are your towns and your times for that. You need to be in your safe place. Obviously, the tornado warning is a bit larger than that. It does include southern portions of Jefferson County. It does include southwestern portions of Monroe County. But as you go west of Bonne Terre, it looks like that severe threat has come to an end. West of Bonne Terre, the severe threat seems to have come to an end. Okay, you still have lightning, you still have thunder, you still have some rain, but severe threat seems to have come to an end. All right, so we're getting now, I don't know if that one's any good. We're getting now a flash flood warning. This will go through 7:30 this morning for northeastern Bond County, Fayette County, and southeastern Montgomery County over in Illinois. So I'm going to go down here. Got another little product. I don't know how accurate it's going to be given the fact that we're having the cluster that we're having tonight with the data.
Yeah.
But you can see 1 to 2 inches of rainfall has been pretty common along and north of 44 into St. Louis, and then stretching off to the east, getting over into northern portions of Bond County, northern Fayette County, into parts of Montgomery County, southeastern Montgomery County. Now, I want to check. There was another warning that looked like it came out, but
No, that was old.
I just,
Or the
it came out at 1:12.
112. That was part of that.
That was the big warning. Okay.
Well, there was a little south. It was south of St. Louis, like South St. Louis County.
Yeah.
Till 2, and it was that stronger storm that moved through Union.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Yeah, we just want to make sure we got everything covered here. Let's check in real fast on southwest Missouri. So flash flooding is a concern. There are still additional thunderstorms here, and you see how the radar is just jumping around. We just don't have a good feel for how everything's going because radars are randomly coming and going across the Midwest, whether they're in or out. Mostly they're not in at the moment.
Well, I don't know if you saw that message from one of our people hanging out with us. They said that there could be some reports of damage in Bonne Terre as well. So
Okay.
that could line up with something Reggie mentioned.
Is that from our people?
Yeah,
or-
that's from our. Yeah, Reggie's at the desk, hanging out with us here behind the scenes, and keeping a close eye on what's going on. And he had no specific reports. Or he had no specifics, but some chatter about damage in Bonne Terre, which
Okay.
it could be many things, right? You know, we have all this lightning. We've had a lot of damage from lightning and wind, but it's something to note. It's that same area that Scott has been mentioning, and once again, you know, we really rely on stuff like that as we continue to find the best ways without seeing the radar. You can look at all this lightning, and that's all part of this area that's under this tornado warning, which, you know, has been difficult to see because we still don't have the radar products. But we're looking at some of the other messages from our weather service friends and emergency manager friends that are doing a great job to keep us up to this. But yeah, let's look at this Arnold camera. As you know, that's as good as rain as I've seen on this camera in a long time.
Yeah, it's really coming down, and there's, you can tell it's bouncing a little bit. So we have some gusty winds in there too. I doubt that's necessarily severe. Probably close to it at this point, but you know, it's the torrential rain and the potential for flash flooding that is occurring now. It does look like we're getting a bit of a jump here on the radar. Some stuff's coming in. Looks like some of that heaviest rain. This Arnold is right on the cusp of that severe thunderstorm warning, right on the northern fringes of it. And this radar image, let me get my glasses because, you know, at this hour of the day and with these old eyes, 6:40 it looks like was the time of this. So that's about 7 minutes old, and we'll take a 7-minute old radar picture at this point. Yeah, so that's probably the heaviest part of the storm that's down there around Arnold, and that's moving towards Oakville and Melville, not necessarily severe. And then you kind of fall apart a little bit until you get down into those storms that are down into the areas of St. Francis and St. Genevieve County. I'm going to give it a shot here, Gary, and see if this will
Okay.
pop on. And
It looks,
no, it is behind.
yeah, because,
So what you see there showing up in High Ridge is actually in Arnold now. And so what you see there in Bonne Terre, where they did have,
yeah, they had some high wind and a lot of
that's now
hail.
over closer to, it's approaching Bloomsdale and just southwest of Bloomsdale. So again, that's old imagery. It's not catching up. Look at the cloud to ground lightning there, even down towards Park Hills. And there's a couple of areas of rotation. One is just, they're both now kind of, one's right along the Jefferson County line. Let me go into these areas for you. One's right along the Jefferson, St. Francis, St. Genevieve County line. So it's really in this area here along Buff Road. It's west of State Road DD. So that's from a few minutes ago, a circulation there. All right, so you've got your tornado warning. This is still just a hair west of 55. And then the other one down here was down in that area that is also west of 55, pretty close to this Lawrenceton area. And again, in that area we were talking about earlier with the Goose Creek Lake. So in that area around Goose Creek Lake, which looks like, I don't know how many people live there year round, but, that's certainly, there's some folks potentially there. So that's kind of where the two areas are of circulations here. They're off to the west of Bloomsdale, off to the west. Looks like we got a new tornado warning coming, maybe for the same thing.
Yeah,
Same
this is till
storm.
2:15 now. Now it's moving
Okay.
east at 50 miles an hour. So
Okay, so they're doing that. Okay, so straight line thunderstorms or severe thunderstorms, both straight line winds and tornadoes near Rocky Ridge moving east at 50. So again, Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, over to Evansville, Illinois, and Interstate. This is also including Interstate 55, which was already there. So they just kind of expanded this out a little bit. And we'll put a track on it here based on where it is, just kind of coming in this area here. This is the area most likely to have that stronger wind surge and the potential that we're going to spin up a quick hitting tornado out of that. That includes Bloomsdale. It goes right over 55. But within the next few minutes in Bloomsdale, Prairie du Rocher, certainly includes St. Genevieve, Ruma, Illinois, over to Evansville, Illinois, and eventually to Walsh. So this goes, this will take us until about 2:20. And honestly, we may not, I don't know if we're, even doing that fast enough. I think we are, but there's a possibility it's, that it's going to be faster than that. So this is a new tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place, northern portions of St. Genevieve County and over into the far southern portions of Monroe County and then western portions of Randolph County in Illinois. Those are the three counties that are impacted by this. These are your towns in the path of this storm. Okay, so it'll be over to St. Genevieve right around or a little after 2 o'clock. So it's in that general vicinity. So you need to get into the lowest level of whatever building you're in. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Cover your head, wear your shoes. and protect our heads here as we go through the evening hours. Just kind of looking here at the lightning over the last 30 minutes, just how it's really intensified as it's come out of the Bonne Terre area. And it does appear that we are getting some reports of damage down in the Bonne Terre area. You know, and that storm is headed towards St. Genevieve. So where is St. Genevieve on this map? We're going to zoom right in here for you. And you can see, you know, it's kind of that storm is, well, we've got it on the southern end of our track, but it's definitely in the path of this storm. So Gary, I don't know what more information you've got. I'm looking at the radar.
No, I just tried to pull up just a different look at it, right? I mean, we kind of just, you know, just because, once again, the radars, we're struggling to get that just because of the information. So if you're waking up and you hear all these sirens, similar things to what Scott's talking about, but we're looking at 2 areas of rotation. I just wanted to point that out on the leading edge of this, and you can start to see where some of them are. They have already moved since I drew them, but as I kind of zoom into what's going on specifically, it's areas anywhere across the river, you know, like you mentioned, Prairie du Rocher, and, you know, right across the river from Marigold. It's these areas because this is moving 60 miles an hour. And I think the biggest thing that you mentioned that stands out to me right now is we may not be doing it fast enough. Not only because of the information that we have, but just how quickly these storms are moving. And you look at how far this tornado warning is extended here from Marigold, you know, as we continue to look, this is moving about 60 miles an hour. So those 2 areas of circulation are likely working their way very close to the river right now, if they're not over the river. So as we still watch this, it's those 2 areas of circulation which have prompted the tornado warning. We also have reports of damage, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it is related to this. The wind, as we've seen on some of these cameras and some of the reports, the wind is probably going to wake you up with at least 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We've also had a couple of spots where we've had some small hail, pea and dime size, but a lot of it. So it's probably got your attention. You flipped on the TV, you heard something outside. We have tornado warning right now until 2:15. So as we look outside, you can see that specifically downtown of the Arch. I mean, it's still pouring downtown. I think St. Louis and areas north are not involved in any more severe weather the rest of the night, except for a flash flood warning. But it's a very loud storm that's going to get your attention. But it's that storm to the south that is involved in this tornado warning. Like I said, if you've just gotten up, we're starting to see pictures of the radar here and there, but there's been a big data outage, not just for us, but for everybody. So we're doing our best to get you through this here. Scott, Anthony is here as well. So it's those areas of rotation that we're going to try to pinpoint as we communicate with emergency management partners and the National Weather Service through some of the products they have. They can see it. They let us know. We do our best to let you know, Scott. And it's tough because it's almost 2 in the morning and this happens, and it's not easily as fixable. But it looks like maybe is the radar starting to come back for you at all, or are you just looking at some of the old stuff?
It's about 5 minutes
Okay.
behind,
Yeah.
maybe 7 minutes behind. So it's lagging a little more than usual, but at least it's something that's much more current than it was. So in the Bloomsdale area, you're really starting to pick up the intense rain right now, and also a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning in that area. But let's go and look at the velocity on here. And, you know, this is the area we've been concerned about, that area just to the southwest of Bloomsdale, near Rocky Ridge and not too far from French Village and off into that Goose Creek Lake area. You know, this is the area that we're kind of tracking these storms and where there appears to be a circulation in here. At least this is the best we've got, the best shot that we have at it as it's pushing off towards the east. So that should be crossing over 55. If not already or now, it will be very soon. And then it's going to push right over through Bloomsdale and then head on towards the east. And eventually it's going to get into the St. Genevieve area. Now, I don't know if it's that circulation will deviate and maybe go a little north of St. Genevieve. I mean, that's definitely a possibility, but what we don't know is exactly how it's going to evolve. And we don't have a good feel for much of anything with this right now because we're only getting random radar pictures periodically. You know, you'll get 1 or 2, in the course of a half an hour or so. So we honestly, we don't know. I'd be in my safe place if you're down here in northern St. Genevieve County over into Randolph County in particular. That's where the circulations look like they are more impressive. Still haven't gotten another radar update there. I'm looking to see if we will have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out, it looks like. Great. So here is the new severe thunderstorm warning. Boy, this is a hot mess. So these storms that are here, is that what he's doing?
Yeah, it looks like they got what,
Yeah, this-
for golf ball sized hail still potentially.
Yeah.
But it's that last line that's north of that one. Festus seems to be in the break there.
Yeah,
And
it's
then-
a strange.
Yeah.
There's too many polygons going on here. So, and that's a whole new thing. You've got the rest of St. Genevieve County now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like they have the rest of St. Francis County under that. And now you've got this new severe thunderstorm warning that I'm not sure, what the part is back there, but it includes the southern part of St. Louis City and southeast St. Louis County, and then the northern half of Monroe County, most of St. Clair County, northwestern portions of Washington County, Illinois, western portions of Clinton County, and a small section of southern Madison County in Illinois. So these storms are blowing up again around the metro area. And we can kind of see that when we look outside in downtown St. Louis. We're really starting to pick them up. No signs that there's any circulations with that, but definitely the potential for some winds and some large hail with that storm, especially as we go into the metro east here and pushing to the east. That's what it looks like outside right now in downtown St. Louis. Having a hard time finding the arch again. As the rain is torrential and there's probably some hail mixed in with that as well. So just looking back over the last little bit, we really took a big jump here. This looks like the last hour or so, the last 10 minutes or so, the radar looks like it's reasonably close. But when I say that, Gary, and then I go back
Yeah, I
and look at
know.
it, it's still...
It says 11 minutes old on my phone here.
Yeah.
So it's not where we want it to
We're
be.
still not up to speed on what's coming out.
And our system finally told us that the radar was out. So they've been helpful.
Yeah, and 1 inch hail report just southeast of Oakville now.
Okay.
Okay, so our radar images running about 10 minutes behind.
I'd be surprised, too, that we don't have 3+ inches of rain in the city already and counting, even though it's going to be hard for them to verify some of this with the radars being out.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, well, you know what I can do? Give me just a second, Gary.
Yeah.
You know what, let me go over here real fast, because I'm going to assume the network is going to be there, and make a big assumption here. But,
Let me see if any of our weather watchers are up and looking at some stuff, too.
well, I'm going to try to go into the Science Center. I know we've got the weather station over at the Science Center, so I don't care about the current temperatures, but I'd like to have rainfall. I'm not sure I'm going to get it. There we go. 24-hour rainfall. So what I'm showing here, 24-hour rainfall from the spots around St. Louis. Well, boy, that's a hot mess too. It's not letting me.
So we got, just a couple hours ago, which this is, just for reference, we got one of our weather watchers, Chris, that's a frequent contributor, so we know he's up and around. in Staunton had 2 inches of rain there. That was 2 hours ago, so I can't
Okay.
imagine what it's like now.
Yeah. Well, you know, I tried to put on all the networks, and it really, this map isn't even liking that. Usually that works pretty well. So here's the thing. If you're South City, if you're in St. Clair County, southern portions of Madison County, you got some hail potentially coming your way. Maybe some gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. The radar did not look, as far as the winds were concerned, did not look overly impressive there. So, yeah, they're showing us some radar imagery here.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's 1 inch hail 2 miles north of Columbia. So that's what we've got there. And again, I think, you know, we're lagging behind here. We're now about 15 minutes behind. So this just move everything off to the east is what we would do. So what we were seeing here going through St. Louis is now across the river. What was in Melville is now over here in Columbia. So around 255, you're now getting areas here off to the east of St. Louis that are seeing the large hail. So I'm going to take the radar back off and go back with my lightning because, you know, it's just at this point, we're behind on the radar. You can see how much lightning has picked up around St. Louis right now, and especially here along 255. A tremendous amount of lightning, which is a good indicator of hail. And so we are getting, you know, we had that 2 miles north of Columbia, Illinois, quarter-size hail, just southeast of Oakville, quarter-size hail. So, you know, we're getting reports of that, and that would probably be coinciding pretty well with all these cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, which that's headed over towards Millstadt and headed towards Belleville and headed towards Shiloh. So we still also had the flash flood warning in effect for St. Louis County, and again, we've got a lot of rain that's come out of these clouds. The tornado warning, that right now in effect here for portions of St. Genevieve County over into Randolph County and southern portions of Monroe County. Really think the circulations there are more likely to be staying south of Monroe County there, more likely to be from Prairie to Rocher down towards the St. Genevieve area, but it still looks like it's headed in that general direction here. So if you're in that area, you'd want to be in your safe place. They've now extended the severe thunderstorm warning over into the northern portions of Perry County in Missouri as well. So as you kind of get a look at what we've got going on, just with the lightning over the last 30 minutes or so, tremendous amount of lightning still going on. We've got flash flood warnings randomly, southern portions of Gasconade County into southwestern portions of Franklin County for St. Louis County, then parts of Bond over into Fayette and southeastern Montgomery County. Your severe thunderstorms continue for parts of the metro area. Again, we don't have a good view of it because the last radar imagery was about 20 minutes ago, so it's old. Weather Service folks can still see it. We can't. It's a network issue. The circulation was showing up here with this thunderstorm that's very close to, the circulation's very close to, it looks like St. Genevieve right now, or perhaps a little north of St. Genevieve up towards Prairie to Rocher and moving off to the east. So again, severe thunderstorms, flash flooding, a lot of lightning, a lot of noise. The biggest threat right now is with the potential of a spin-up tornado down to the south, and other than that, it's from the potential of some large hail as you get just east of St. Louis.
The other thing, Scott, too, that I'll mention there, it's a very small amount of counties, but it's about 2 or 3 counties in our area. They've got a new tornado watch till 8 a.m. now. So that's it's close to Mount Vernon, that's Perry County as well. So those 2 counties that I can see just from zooming in, looking at this. So that's something to watch out for. I know it's on the very outer edge of our area, but this threat continues. Oh,
Well,
that's a pretty
yeah.
good lightning strike there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this going on right now. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. And that's, an indication that not only are the storms strong, but that there's a fair amount of hail with these storms. A new tornado warning is being coordinated right now. And that's going to be for the storm that's close to St. Genevieve. The circulation's kind of, as we've been saying, between St. Genevieve and Prairie to Rocher or over towards Evansville. So we are going to get a new tornado warning that will probably include much of the rest of this area down here in Randolph County. We'll wait and we'll see, because they've got to jump through some extra hoops to take care of that. But that circulation still around the St. Genevieve area right now, and that is St. Genevieve to the north of St. Genevieve, right along the Mississippi River, and I'd say Ellis Grove, Evansville, Ruma, and then we take it over towards Steelville, Illinois, and over towards Sparta as well. Those are the areas that would be impacted by that. So if this circulation is in this area right now, we just take that off to the east, northeast. And again, that may not be a big enough track. So let me do a little bit bigger to kind of encompass that. That's more like what I think you're going to see here in a few minutes. And it'll come out in just a few minutes. But Ruma, Evansville, Sparta, probably in about 20 minutes or so. Tilden, 2:33, Coulterville, 2:36. Those are approximate times, since we don't really have a radar to look at. We're guesstimating where that circulation is at this point based on what we're able to find out. So we're kind of waiting for this to make it through the channels, but we do know we are going to see a new tornado warning that will include another portion of Randolph County. We have the potential that we've heard of some damage towards around Bonne Terre that may be tornado related. We don't have a lot more information on that, but we've had reports of that. We're still waiting on the new tornado warning, and it is still being processed by the National Weather Service in Kansas City. So we know that it will include a good chunk of Randolph County as we head in, probably until 2:30, 2:40, 2:45, something like that. So I've got your towns listed there. Ruma in the path of that potential circulation, Sparta over to Tilden, over to Coulterville, really the northern half or northern 2/3 of Randolph County. You should be in your safe place. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, you're asking, why am I not seeing radar? Well, you're not seeing the radar because the radar, due to a network outage, is not available for a lot of us and for a lot of spots. So, yeah.
Could you throw in why people might actually be seeing radar on other channels?
I don't think they are.
I mean, if
Well-
you're looking at another channel and you're seeing the radar,
It's not real time.
yeah, not the latest.
That's what I can't show you radar that's really that old.
They finally came out with that one till 3 a.m. now,
Yeah.
so it did get pushed.
Okay, and here's your new tornado warning. They kind of extended it here. Very interesting. Yeah, there you go. They've extended it, basically from St. Genevieve off to the east. Actually, that still looks like the old warning. So I don't think that they've made much change there. I don't know that it's coming. The hail right now is farther to the north, right where we're seeing all this lightning here. Smithton up to Belleville. That's where your quarter-size hail is right now. Okay, there's your new tornado warning that does include a good chunk now of Randolph County, and it includes a good chunk of St. Genevieve County, but I'm not sure. I think it's mostly across the river. It seems like it would be mostly across the river, but that's going to run until 3 o'clock. So that's a new tornado warning until 3 o'clock. That's the old tornado warning that just got highlighted. So at any rate, we have the new tornado warning from about St. Genevieve, basically off to the east into Randolph County. That'll run until 3 o'clock. Again, you're not seeing the radar, because if you watch the radar, look how the lightning bolts are jumping way out ahead of the radar. So we're way behind on the radar. So we're not putting it on here. We're kind of going based on what we see with the lightning. It's just much easier to kind of coordinate with that. So there's your tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. St. Louis, City of St. Louis and St. Louis County no longer in it. The worst of this part of the storm is running here through St. Clair County. There's no question about that. The lightning really uptick here from Fairview Heights down to Belleville. So that's where the worst of that seems to be right now. And, even if I look, let me go down here and see if we can find that, pop that camera in. Actually, maybe. So the tornado watch extended for the southeast, a new one that runs until, what did you say, Gary?
8 a.m.
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, it won't be. I don't think we're going to be too long. Once we get this out of here, after about 3:30 or 4, we should be seeing things settle down. So that's what it looks like right now as you're looking over towards O'Fallon, Illinois. That's looking back towards the southwest. That's the storm that's rolling in right now that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So that is over in O'Fallon, Illinois. You're looking kind of back to the west-southwest. In the foreground, which you really can't see, that's the Menards there in O'Fallon. Again, torrential rain coming down there. There's going to be some hail in there, and there are pockets where we're seeing up to golf ball size hail. Most of it's around a quarter size, but up to golf ball size hail is certainly possible. Here's a look at your lightning and your tornado warning. I'm going to pull that back up for you. Again, this is down into St. Genevieve County and heading across the river into Randolph County. Kind of a couple areas where the lightning's a little more concentrated there. One's up around Evansville, Illinois. The other is to the southwest of St. Genevieve. And just kind of looking at that over the last 30 minutes, you can see how that lightning is tracking. This is where we've had rotation embedded within the thunderstorm. And as that rotation is embedded within the thunderstorm, there's possibility that we may have some spin-up tornadoes with that. And there has been some damage of some sort in and around the Bonne Terre area from this storm earlier. Don't know the extent on that, but there has been some damage. And this is pushing off to the east. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning. Some 1-inch hail has been reported with this storm, although we're not getting a lot of reports from right now. Emergency management over in St. Clair County, Illinois, have the heavy rain, but not seeing any hail yet. And in Millstadt, looks like it's let up just a little bit. Now, we're still looking at that potential circulation there, couple of them, towards Evansville, Illinois, and Ellis Grove. Those are the two areas down to the south. I'll zoom in on those areas for you. This is in the tornado warning. So I'm going to do 2 tracks on this because it looks like there's 2 circulations. So Gary, bear with me. And we're going to put one off. It looks like there's a circulation kind of in this area. So let's take that off to the east and northeast. So that's New Palestine and Percy, and the path of that takes you over south. That one's going south of Sparta along Highway 4. Okay, so now we're going to take that path off. And then there's another circulation that looks like it's close to Evansville. So this is Evansville, Illinois. This one would include Sparta as it's going off to the east. So Walsh in about another 5 minutes, and then Sparta at 2:30, and then over to Sparta Hospital at 2:31. So those are the areas where we have those two circulations that are showing up where the line is actually surging a bit, and there's some rotation at the leading edge of those thunderstorms. So if you're in the path of that, you should be in your safe place now. Again, that is in Randolph County in Illinois. So that's our only tornado warned storm right now, and it's that leading edge down on the south. There's some pretty good hail that's going by to the south of St. Genevieve as well. So those are the two things, the two circulations that we're kind of have tracks on, and shortly they will be out of the 5 on your side area, and they'll push over towards Pinckneyville. The severe thunderstorm warning here, and you can see there's still a lot of lightning in and around Metro East, but maybe we've got a little downtick on that lightning. Let's see what our sweeping radar is telling us. What's available and what's not. We're going to try this and see if the terminal Doppler is back up. And nope.
No.
The answer is no. Well, we tried, right? That's all you can do. So again, this is the scenario that's playing out. The radar is way behind what's going on. So really, the lightning bolts are telling us the story here. And the two areas of greatest concern are right along Highway 64 here, going over to Belleville, which we haven't had any reports of any hail there just yet. But we're just gonna watch that with the potential for quarter-size hail, maybe a little larger. And then you've got the area of tornado warning down here across portions of Randolph County. There's a chance we'd get a circulation that slides over as it slides over into northern portions of Perry County in Illinois, or in Missouri, I should say, and that's Paducah's area. So, I mean, Gary, I think the metro area and to the west, we can safely say that the severe threat's over. But we're still dealing with a lot of water being drained, and we still have the hail and even a few circulations down to the southeast to mess with.
Yeah, and I think once we got that boundary that's kind of settled a little further south, which is the focal point for additional tornado watch that pushes south of our area, but includes a couple of counties through 8 a.m. It's all part of this system as it continues to fade to the south. And so that's going to be the big focal point for us over the next hour or two as we look at all this lightning that's going on right now, not only in the arch, but on the other side of the radar here. So as we look at a couple of things and focus on that specific tornado warning, just the fact that we have those two circulations continue to be in place as we look ahead to what's going on outside. And what you're going to see is kind of what Scott has pointed out, from Evansville to Ellis Grove, and this is a little farther behind now, but you still continue to see some of these at least minor areas of rotation from Evansville as it's continued to push off well to the east. And now this cluster of lightning here, you'll see that it's still together to some degree. So looking in Sparta and pushing out of our area at some point here. It's moving very quickly, and you can start to see where this near north of Walsh. These are the areas north of Sparta on 4 between Tilden and Sparta that you probably need to be inside your safe space, and you may hear sirens and whatnot. But once again, if you're up and you're just with us now, the radar's tough to show you because of a data outage nationally. So it's not just us, and we're doing our best to get you through this, but there have been ways that we can kind of tell you what's going on, and that is, of course, why we don't see the radar. But one thing I wanted to look at to maybe give you an idea of who's in the clear or where we're still dealing with this is the fact that we have these wind directions. They're still out of the south, which tells us where this front is. And as we have some of these storms that continue to push through, and you see that additional tornado warning, not in our area. So like I mentioned, as that goes downstream, that kind of tells you where that storm is, how quickly it's moving through some of these areas near Sparta as well. But that's north of Du Quoin, so that's not in our area. But it's something that could impact Mount Vernon down the road. But still, overall, it's the fact that we have a lot of significant lightning, and you look at some of those spots that have been dealing with that significant lightning and where those areas of rotation are. But I just want to point out the significant lightning that's to the north, and this is what Scott was mentioning. As you can start to see, well, while it is involved in that severe thunderstorm warning, as we can't look at too much in the way of the radar product, the lightning is still pretty significant, even as we look to the north, and you see that it is diminished just a little bit. There's still a pretty significant amount, though, especially in Belleville, Fairview Heights, even just queuing up this specific area. That's where we have just a lot of lightning here within the last, I would say, 15 minutes or so. You look at just the significant lightning that we have from Belleville all the way to Freeburg, and I mean, it's pretty significant, just 68 lightning strikes just within that small corridor. So we have a lot of lightning, and the main story for us is the fact that we still have this tornado watch that's supposed to carry us till 3 a.m., and it looks like it may line up pretty well, as most of the tornado threat still continues to shift south out of our area, but it's something that we still monitor. But I think overall, we're just turning this into the flash flooding threat, and that's something that meteorologist Anthony Slaughter will be talking about at pretty great length throughout the morning as we see the severe threat diminish. Talk about how much rain we've got, Scott.
Yeah, and we've already seen 2 to 3 inches in a lot of places so far, so including in the metro area. And so that's why we have St. Louis County with a flash flood warning. As Gary just told you, the National Weather Service has put up that tornado warning in Perry County and Illinois. They're talking about doing it in northern portions of Perry County, Missouri. Not sure if that's going to happen or not. But the bottom line is those circulations that are down into portions that have been around the St. Genevieve area are mostly on the Illinois side right now. And they are pushing off to the east and to the northeast. We're showing you the lightning because of this nationwide data outage. We just don't have radar pictures that are recent to show you. I mean, the last radar picture that came in is over 40 minutes old, and with storms moving 50 miles an hour, you know, they are zipped along. Now, the good news is while we can't see that, the National Weather Service is able to see their radar and their operations, so they know what's going on. The problem is we do have it looks like three supercells that the storm is broken into down here far to our south. So there's actually 3 separate areas where it's kind of like the line, instead of being more of a congealed line, is more of a broken line of supercells down to the southeast. And it's moving into this area in southern Illinois that's, you know, hasn't seen a lot of action here weather-wise. So the potential that it stays strong or continues to produce severe weather remains fairly high. Right now, it looks like those circulations, the few of them that there are left over into portions of Randolph County, are really close to Baldwin and just west of Sparta. It looks like there's one in this area here, kind of in that Walsh area. And then we've got another one that looks like it's a little farther to the south down here. And let me see if I can find that. It's just kind of where that is. Almost down towards Kaskaskia. So, you know, it's in that vicinity, but it's moving, it's off to the east of Ellis Grove. At least that initial surge was. There may be something else back still towards St. Genevieve, but the reality is we can't really track this stuff for you on TV, and the Weather Service folks are having to manipulate. They can see the data in the offices, but not much more. Can't get out there. So, and there's your new tornado warning for northern portions of Perry County and Illinois that was talked about. So they're going to kind of keep that going because that is strengthening into a supercell. So really, northern Perry County, this is north of Perryville, along US 51, going north of Perryville. You're coming out of Perryville here. You're going up towards Sereno and McBride, and you're going towards the Mississippi River in that Lithium area, Claryville. these areas, some sort of circulation is in here, so there's the potential we could have a tornado touching down. These are those quick spin up kind of tornadoes that drop quickly, do the damage, but in this particular setup, you know, they're usually a little stronger than, say, what we saw the morning of the 14th of March. Those were pretty weak tornadoes. These have the potential, because there are more ingredients available, even though they're spin-ups at the leading edge of a storm, to be a little more intense. So northern Perry County in Missouri, Perry County in Illinois, which we don't warn for, and over into Randolph County in Illinois. Those are the areas where we expect to see a continuation of this severe thunderstorm and the capability of it to produce a possible tornado. We've had reports of some damage around the area, particularly down in Bonne Terre, that may be tornado related. There's going to be a new flash flood warning that's coming out for the Metro East, we believe, in the next few minutes. East St. Louis Fire Department is on the scene of a water rescue at River Park Drive near 3rd Street. So the torrential rain continues. You can see how the lightning is showing up here, pushing off towards the east with these storms. Again, torrential rain out of these storms. Some hail, although probably not much larger than quarters at this time. So that's about the highest that you're going to see. That's just kind of the base severe thunderstorm warning. We're waiting to get that, and I wonder if I've got any new information on the amount of rain. So let's try this again. We're trying all kinds of things tonight on the computers. Lambert has picked up 2.74 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So just to give you kind of an idea. I mean, that's a lot of rain, right? So I'm not getting anything now. Okay, well. Cahokia is now up to Cahokia Heights, downtown St. Louis Airport, 1.47 inches. Scott Air Force Base, you're still just starting on your rainfall journey, just getting over there now. So we have the tornado warnings still continuing down here into portions of Randolph County, as well as northern portions of Perry County. Perry County, Missouri, Perry County, Illinois, Randolph County in Illinois. Looks like the circulations are close to Chester and close to Sparta. Again, we aren't able to track those circulations because the radar is not coming out efficiently, being distributed by the National Weather Service. But our talented friends over at the National Weather Service office in St. Louis are able to see the radar, operate the radar, and issue the warnings based on what they're seeing. It's just kind of hampering us a bit in the way we're able to communicate it to you this evening. So that's why you're not seeing the radar. If I pop a radar on here, it is way old. In fact, it's not even it's not even in the last 30 minutes, I don't think, or just maybe 30 minutes ago. It's more than 30 minutes old. It's really old. So, it's just, there's not much we can do. We are going to get, in the Metro East, eventually we will get a flash flood warning. I don't know when that's coming out. We do have reports that there's water in the basement of the home out in Manchester near Sulphur Springs. Let me reply to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for some of these typical hotspots on the MoDOT cams to tell us where the water is, but
yeah, I mean, I know you're going to have your typical,
yeah.
like Anthony, when you were coming in, it always around the zoo in Hampton. That's one of your spots.
Yeah, the Van Deventer exit had water.
Yeah, and the Van Deventer
Down in
exit,
whole-
the whole exit ramp and everything. Yeah,
hard to stop.
that's down in Arnold right now, and things have let up there. It poured in Arnold there for a little bit, but I think we're going to have some problems with folks with water in the basement. I mean, you can't get this kind of rain, especially if you've got those annoying silver maples with the little helicopters on them.
Oh, yeah.
And that's filled up your gutter,
Uh-huh.
and you haven't had a chance. It clogs your gutter, and then your gutter overflows, and then where does that go? The water's not going away from the house; it's going right up against the house, and it creates quite the mess. So that's another issue too. Always water draining is always it's a money pit when you own a house. All right, so right now
pit,
the severe
sure.
thunderstorms off to the east of St. Louis. We're not getting a lot of reports out of this. It's becoming more of a rain situation here, but we still have at least some small hail, one would think, with this issued off to the east of St. Louis for eastern portions of St. Clair County, southeastern Madison County, western portions of Clinton County and Washington County. And then your tornado warning. Again, we haven't had any reports of damage recently out of Randolph County. We're getting reports of some heavy rain and small hail over in the Ellis Grove area in Illinois. That's over near Route 3. And that would be typical. But the circulation's kind of going near Sparta and probably off to the east of there. The other circulation looked like it was pretty close to, Chester, or maybe a little south of Chester, and that's continuing to slide off to the east right now. So, that's where our tornado warnings are. Just be in your safe place. I know it's still really noisy around St. Louis, and we look down 44 and look at all the additional lightning that's down 44. Again, I can't show you a radar. I can show you a radar, but it's not very accurate because we don't know when it last was out there. That doesn't look like a reasonable expectation of what's going on right now, right? So I wouldn't trust that. But I would say that there's probably some torrential rain and hail, at least some, going on over the eastern Ozarks. Most of that likely staying well to the south of St. Louis. We still haven't seen the flash flood warning come out for the Metro East, even though it was coming out about 8 minutes ago or so. I haven't seen it come across. Have you seen that come across?
No, I haven't, but I did get an update from Chris. We talked about he got 2 inches of rain 2 hours ago. He's up to another inch, so he's up to 3 in Staunton.
Okay.
So they're adding to that. I think 3 is a pretty common figure. We know we can't get the radar, but I can at least look at some of the different products from the satellite, and it kind of gives you an idea of maybe where the back edge of this is for us. As we look at the visible satellite and infrared, the big story is where these storms continue to develop, and it just have continued to work their way into this system where, watch the first one. You see these supercell thunderstorms first, and then we have that storms right along that boundary. And watch how that boundary has started to trend to the south. So if nothing else, look at this, and you can see where some of those higher cloud tops have developed. Those are the ones that have caused us issues. But watch along right about here, and you can even watch them rotate just a little bit from this product. First thing I'll look at before I zoom into that is the fact that behind it, we're starting to trend where it's quieter in Springfield, and that's what Anthony's going to talk about tomorrow morning, where this system is trying to work its way out of here. But, for the most part, it's still, it's this area right here where you're starting to see that as it crosses the river. That's where we have that system that's working its way in. So we still have some rain to deal with behind it, but looking at that from a severe weather aspect, you can pinpoint some of that where you look at some of these storms that ride along that front. Watch that boundary here. Watch how it starts to work its way to the south. That's how we know we're about to be able to close the book on severe weather here within the next hour for us. But now we still deal with some of that rain as this entire mass of thunderstorms pushes out, and you can see the arch now. It's quieter. Doesn't mean that there's no lightning that's not going to show while we're talking, but for a while you could see cloud to ground lightning through the arch pretty consistently the whole time, Scott.
Yeah, and that's still ongoing at this point.
Yeah.
Dime-size hail being reported in Chester, Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised to see it be a little bit bigger than that, maybe jump up to golf ball size hail here in the next few minutes as those storms are actually intensifying a little bit down there. Again, you do have the tornado warning in effect as you go down here into Randolph County, and that includes Chester right now, even though you're not seeing specific, I can't show you the radar because we can't get the imagery. It's a nationwide problem with the National Weather Service, and they are having some issues trying to get out the some of the products. So they're going to issue a flash flood warning here for the Metro East, or at least they were. And I don't know if they're trying to do it or if Kansas City's going to back them up and come out with that here in a few minutes. But we have had flooding problems around poor drainage areas, certainly a concern. But we can't show you the radar because the last radar image that was available was from almost an hour ago. And so, that's not very helpful. You do have the scattered areas of rain diminishing north and west of St. Louis, but as Gary just showed you with the satellite pictures, you're still looking at some cold cloud tops up there, and you're still looking at some rumbles of thunder. We can certainly see the lightning here as you're going up into Greene County and Jersey County and farther to the north. The tornado threat looks like those spin-ups would be right at the leading edge of any thunderstorm that's there. Let's see. Listen. I'm going to try something here and see if... Oh, no, that's way old still. Okay, but it was a good effort.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying different things in different offices to kind of see what we can all collectively figure out. So it's not working there. But anyway, the bottom line here is, I think if you've got any tornadic activity with this storm or any circulations, they're probably exiting the Coulterville area and most likely right along the Washington-Perry County line south of Oakdale. I mean, just based on what we've seen so far. Did they come out with that? Nope. Still no flash flood warning yet. I wonder if that is... Yeah, that circulation. I think we're probably winding down this tornado threat here down to our south. But we'll still have some severe thunderstorms. And, even what's going on in the Metro East right now, it's really noisy. And that has a lot of folks unsettled at this point. But, I don't think we're getting a lot of large hail east of St. Louis, as best we can tell. We're not getting a lot of large hail east of St. Louis. So I think we're going to be close here in the next 10, 15 minutes where we will be tornado warning free and not have to worry about that aspect of it. And I think it's going to be for the morning rush hour. Hopefully the rain will let up in time to allow some drainage and we can get to the point at which we'll be in pretty good shape beyond that. Who's to say? So, it looks like it, but I don't have a radar imagery. Okay, so the emergency management over in Washington County, they have an officer that's out there just north of that storm in Coulterville. So that's just north of Sparta there. They're down in southern Washington County and said it's pretty calm and not much rain and no wind. So we'll take that. That's always good news. Haven't heard anything else out of Chester, Illinois, but we ought to be winding, that cell ought to be moving off a little bit farther to the east. So I'm not seeing anything else on Paducah's feed. I'm not seeing anything else on our feed out of St. Louis. And unfortunately, we're still not seeing any additional radar updates. So that's still, it was nice. It's good that this hasn't been as bad as, what it could have been, because it could have been much, much worse. But we still have a lot of thunder and lightning here down over the Ozarks, Salem, south towards Eminence. And I would suspect, I only haven't seen a radar picture from down there in ages because we can't. But I would suspect that that area down there, that air has not been really altered much from the active round of storms that we've had over the metro area, which has kind of reduced our severe weather threat to some degree around St. Louis this evening. It's, again, more of a flash flood scenario playing out, and I think we're going to let this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east of St. Louis kind of expire, since we haven't had any reports, to my knowledge, of additional hail, at least not severe hail, off to the east of St. Louis. Kind of checking with
Your
Scotty
flash
Air Force
flood
Base.
just went out
Did it just
for the
go out?
Metro East, yeah.
Oh, there it is. Yep. And for the city of St. Louis. Okay. And I'm sorry if that woke you up too. Because that one, even though it's not a considerable, it looks like that's going to activate some phones. I don't know if it's going to or not, but it says EAS activation requested. Anywho, so we'll find out in a few minutes if our phones all go off. So this is from Madison County. Here it is. It's actually on here. Basically, the rest of the metro area. Okay, St. Charles County doesn't have a flash flood warning at this point, but the new one takes Monroe, very far northern portions of Monroe County, right around Columbia, Illinois. Much of St. Clair County, certainly the most populated parts of St. Clair County, up into a good chunk of Madison County, and then into the city of St. Louis with that area. I'm going to try to see if we can get you another view of the radar. There's camera 20. That's Edwardsville.
Switch it for a minute, Scott. I'm messing around with throwing on the composite for a minute, and it actually lines up with the lightning all right. So it's at least something.
Okay.
It doesn't, the colors are a little skewed. Makes it look
And
like.
what is that under?
Just not sweeping radar, just radar.
Oh, just the regular
Yeah.
radar. Yeah, it's a little better.
It's at least something.
It's still, it's not as jumpy as it was.
Correct, yeah.
But I got to believe that we're still, well, yeah, it is a little jumpy.
It's jumpy when you loop it in the last couple of hours, but
Yeah,
it's
I'll
at
just
least,
loop in the last 30 minutes.
yeah.
So I still think it's lagging a little behind, but
yeah.
maybe not as much. But I also think we're missing a lot. As you look at when we add the lightning on here, there's a lot of lightning down there over the Ozarks that's not showing up. You know, that's more impressive than that. So we're missing out a lot. I think that's because we've been missing. Kansas City seems to be operational, but we've lost everybody else around here. So, and it's pouring more than what it's showing in St. Louis.
Oh, yeah.
So, but that's where your rough weather is. So I'll go back to this. So we no longer have the severe thunderstorm warning east of St. Louis now. It's more about flash flooding. The tornado warning, that's about ready to expire down to the south of St. Louis right now. We're just not going to drive through severe weather or drive through these severe thunderstorms or into flooded roads. These are the two things we need to watch out for here for the next hour or two. I think most of this is getting out of Randolph County. They've canceled the tornado warning for northern portions of Perry County, Missouri. So I think we're making progress on at least the severe threats being minimized. There's the lightning. You can still see there's quite a bit of lightning, and I'm sure at least some small hail, at least nickel to quarter size across parts of Randolph County right now. So we get back to the metro, and we've lost a lot of that cloud to ground lightning. It's mostly off to the east of us. Not to say that we won't spike something off to the east of St. Louis. But, you know, we're getting more into a flooding scenario playing out. And as long as the rain will let up in time for the morning commute, I mean, we've got a couple of hours. So as long as the rain will let up for the morning commute, I think we'll be okay here with the morning commute. But, you know, right now, we got to watch the storms down to the south. Still in Iron and Reynolds counties, Dent County. Some of those storms down there are a little more intense. And then we still have the tornado warning there that's in Randolph County. And it looks like the circulations, you know, are probably not as impressive as they were. We're waiting to hear, since we can't really see any of that data. I'm kind of looking to see if we're going to get an update. But on a brighter note, it's looking pretty good for the home opener, just chilly on Wednesday.
A little windy, too.
A little windy. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
good.
see. Here's
Yeah.
so the outflow has cleared the metro area. And the outflow boundary is actually kind of so that's good news. Well, that's what we like to hear. So the outflow boundary is still surging off to the east of St. Louis, but those areas have at least seen some rain out along Interstate 64. Maybe not a lot, but at least a little bit. And certainly out along Interstate 70. You still have a lot of cloud to ground lightning, but our severe threat's going to be dying off here as we head through much of the rest of the night. So I think we got a little bit longer here with this one tornado warning, and then we would be finished with that at least imminent tornado threat, not even to say that this is imminent. That runs until 3 o'clock there for eastern portions of Randolph County. And again, since we can't really see all that much down there. So I think, you know, if you go back north and west of St. Louis, the severe threat has pretty much come to an end. And, you know, I know we've got the tornado watch still up for some areas. It's for most of these areas until 3 a.m. But then for our southern counties, it goes until, did you say 8?
Yeah,
Southern
8 o'clock.
Illinois?
Yeah.
Yeah, until 8 o'clock. So that's more of an extension. Let's just kind of look at the future cast, because since we can't look at radar, maybe we can look at something that simulates our radar. And this is doing pretty well with what you would expect here. Most of what we see is well off to the east of St. Louis, and it's going to continue to trudge on to the east as the night wears on. So just kind of see if we can play this out and see if it'll jump. Although it's not wanting to jump either. I guess we're still loading some data. Give it a second. Let's see if it comes back to life. Of course, this too is a product from the National Weather Service. And it's entirely possible that the model data is going to be, that will be not so good. Well, that's not working well, so let's just go back up and pick up our lightning. We're about ready to be done with our severe weather threat. Once this line of storms kind of gets off to the east of St. Louis, they are going to let that watch area expire. I mean, it's expiring for St. Louis at 3 o'clock, right? So we're going to be into a flash flood scenario. Your lightning is pretty much off to the east of St. Louis. You're lit up over there around Carlisle Lake, heading out Highway 50 towards Centralia. You still have the tornado warning here down across Randolph County, but again, it doesn't look like we have anything massive going on right there. We just don't have a radar picture to actually know what it looks like. The Weather Service can look at it and they have the imagery. They're still operating the radar and they can see what's going on. It's just that the rest of us are kind of in the
So they got power poles down now east of Chester.
I see that, yeah. So, and that would be right, right here as you're going along 150. So, and that was also the area where we had a bit of hail just a little bit ago. So could that be some tornado damage? Sure. It's certainly not out of the question. Also could just be wind damage. We know we have something back towards Bonne Terre. And here's the thing. If I just add the local storm reports from tonight, there haven't been a lot.
Yeah.
We had the one wind gust at Spirit of St. Louis Airport that was 61 miles per hour. That was from a supercell storm. And that was the same storm that produced that wind gust at the Washington, Missouri Airport, 72 miles per hour. And we have a few trees down on the west side of Washington. We've had some damage somewhere out around the Chesterfield Mall over towards Appalachian Trail. Out in West St. Louis County. And then we've had some reports of damage around Bonne Terre. And we got a report of some flooding over in East St. Louis. And Anthony, when he came in, said, hey, Highway 40 and Vandeventer and by Hampton and the usual spots that tend to be yucky were yucky. So I think now we're just more or less into we got to drain the water, and that's a problem, and we got to get this last cell out of parts of Randolph County. Now, if I look, just kind of looking at the power outages, I don't have a large number of folks listed. In fact, as of last check, from within the last 10 minutes, while there may be some power poles listed as down, they haven't been reported as power poles out or power outages in those areas. So there's not a lot to report in terms of power outages. And sometimes, a normal any given time of day, you have some people out of power, But there's not a huge number of power outages being reported in St. Francis or St. Genevieve County. Jefferson County in Missouri has about 1,300. St. Louis County has about 2,200. Those are a bit high as far as numbers go, but not like we have had in times previous. That's Edwardsville, yeah. And, it looks like things have settled down in Edwardsville. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of flash flooding there. You can clearly see rain. So we're about to expire this severe or tornado warning that is in effect down here over eastern portions of Randolph County in Missouri or in Illinois. And then you're just left with the flash flooding around the metro St. Louis area, and that'll be about it. And I think the water the water should go down pretty quickly. Given how dry it's been, just the fact that we had so much so fast. This is down in Arnold right now. Again, the roads are wet. We had some folks asking about what they were going to do or what time You know, if I'm getting out at 2:30, what's it going to be like? And it's like, well, it's going to be sloppy. That's just the reality of it. We still don't have any recent radar, so that still kind of stinks.
Hey,
Yeah.
I will say one thing, Scott, to follow up what you said earlier. My
Yeah.
pond is probably full now.
Yeah. Well, there you go. See, you know, you got to think on the
Silver linings.
You got to think on the positive side here. I'm going to look to see if that's our system that's having a problem, or if we actually do have. Yeah, we should be getting out of this here pretty quickly. It's now coming up on 3 o'clock. That severe weather threat really winding down. The only spots we'd be concerned about going forward down here into Iron and Reynolds County, that air is still somewhat more volatile because we haven't seen a lot of thunderstorms down there yet. So that air is more primed, if you will, for something.
Salem, Illinois just lost power. I know that.
Oh, did they just put that in the?
Well, and I just had somebody that chatting with one of our weather watchers. She was kind of worried about the storm, so she was reaching out to me and asking me some questions about our radar outages. But she messaged that the power's out now, and then we also saw it as well from the emergency manager.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, it's not showing up on the power outage yet, but Nashville's got some winds up to about 47 miles per hour. So, yeah. And we'll see, you know, that's the thing, as we all know, whenever we have power outages, some trees or poles down, there's always a bit of a lag before we get that information and before it even shows up on, on the outage maps or whatever. So it takes a little bit.
I was going to say, I think that's probably showing that Salem has no power is probably also showing us how lagging the radar still is, even when we look at some of these, right?
Yeah.
Because Salem, it doesn't look like it's raining at all if you switch the composite on, and it's clearly not the case.
Yeah, there's a lot of lightning already coming
Yeah.
into the Salem area. You know, we kind of been basing it on that. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It really is for the southern 2/3 of Jefferson County in Illinois. So that's down in the Mount Vernon area. So just for reference there, that's much farther to the south of St. Louis, southeast of St. Louis. And that's almost getting out of our viewing area. I don't think we're going to have a big, for the rest of the night, I don't think we're going to have a big severe weather threat that lingers. I think we're winding this thing down right now. The amount of lightning we're seeing is still significant. Still, these are noisy storms, but they are weakening considerably from where what we have seen earlier. And now that it's 3 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, the tornado warned storm, the tornado warning that was in effect for eastern portions of Randolph County, has now expired. And for the first time in a while, we don't have any tornado warnings across the area. Again, I'd love to show you the radar. I can give you a picture of what you might think the radar looks like. This doesn't reflect real life because a lot of the radars are down and it's just not right. So we don't really know exactly what's going on other than the storms are weakening. The men and women at the National Weather Service offices have access to the radar and they're able to issue the warnings and kind of keep things in order, but they're the only ones that can really see what's going on right now. So we haven't had a good chance of seeing much. So we're going to let you go as we head through the rest of the night. Anthony is going to be mitigating what's going on here as we go through the morning hours. He's here. Gary Frank's still here. Our directors are still here. Producers are still here. We're kind of trying to keep you safe overnight without, much fanfare. Just tell you what you need to know. And it's a little after 3 o'clock. We don't have a lot of reports of serious damage. We do have some reports of damage we'll be looking into and see if that involves anything that could be possibly a tornado. For the next hour or two, more or less, it's going to be draining this water. If you want to get a look at the radar anytime, of course, when it's working, I don't know if you're going to be able to get much right now, but for more weather information, you can always scan that QR code that you see on the screen right now. So Jeffrey, hopefully you've been able to let the hub know that we are sending it back to network, and this will conclude our Weather First storm alert for tonight.
Hello. Good morning. Hey. This is a level. Hello, mic check level. Yep.
Case. That won't be until later, but you never know. Oh yeah, Cindy's mic, test for 4 o'clock. Good morning.
The severe weather threat is diminishing, but the heavy rain has fallen, and that could cause issues for the morning commute. We'll detail how much rain fell and what's to come for your Tuesday.
And overnight storms knock down trees and cause power outages. We have what you should do if you have property damage this morning. In just hours from now, Missouri voters will head to the polls. We break down some of the top issues that you could cast your ballot on.
This is Today in St. Louis, focused on you.
Well, good Tuesday morning, St. Louis. It's been a stormy night here in the city and around the bi-state. We're taking a live look from inside our storm tracker, which is now around downtown St. Louis. We do have a QR code that you'll see later on in the morning that'll give you the very latest weather first forecast. Up there it goes right there on your screen. The wipers are on and the rain's still falling down. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Sydney Stallworth and Anthony Slaughter is here. Anthony, you told us yesterday that this could happen, that we would see the showers this morning. What are we seeing right now?
So we had heavy rain, isolated tornadoes, even damaging wind moved through overnight. That has moved away. We still do have just some light to moderate rain on the radar this morning, but for the most part, we're done with the severe weather. So that's the good news. But it was a lot of rain that came down. So be careful as you're headed out the door this morning. Let me show you the weather graphics, and you can see for yourself as we look at them a little bit closer in, the showers that are moving on through still. Now, I will say this, if you're leaving the house within the next hour, you'll still have to deal with rain. But after the 5 a.m. hour, a lot of this is going to be out of here. Through the day, though, we still will have a few spotty showers, and there is still a tornado watch to our southeast, but I don't think we're going to have any more of those happen. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for Perry County on the Missouri side of the river, but aside from that, most of the severe weather is clearing away. Steady rain off towards the Illinois side, but you see what I mean by this severe weather. Most of that is out towards Florida, pushing east of our viewing area. So we'll get through the next couple of hours here with just lingering rain, but the severe weather threat has diminished in St. Louis. 2 to 3 inches of rain fell for a lot of our neighborhoods. Even St. Louis Lambert closing in on almost 3 inches of rainfall, and most of that did happen overnight. So a decent downpour for most of the area. We'll still have a few scattered showers through the day today, Sydney, but as far as the severe weather, we're done with that. Temperatures cool today, so grab the jacket. We'll be looking at temperatures falling into the low 50s later on. We'll take a deeper dive into the rest of the week's forecast and the weekend. That's coming up in just a little bit.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Anthony. A traffic alert for Metro East drivers. Interstate 55 at the 70 split is closed in East St. Louis because of flash flooding. Several inches of rain fell overnight. We just heard Anthony mention that. Right now, no word on when the road will reopen. This morning, the severe weather continues to impact most of the metro area. Our Mercedes McKay is live this morning inside the storm tracker, monitoring our roads. Mercedes, what are you seeing?
Good morning, Sydney. Well, the rain is steadily coming down ever since we got into the storm tracker just minutes ago. There are a lot of slick spots on the interstate. When I was driving into work about an hour ago, there was rain accumulating under those overpasses. We see that a lot when we have steady rain like this. So if you're on the roads right now, if you're heading into work, please drive slow. The drivers we have seen are taking their time, but just remember, slick spots can really come up whenever, and the rain is steadily coming down. Let me flip the camera over here so you can see what we're looking at right now. We are on I-55 heading south. We're actually heading to Bonne Terre. We should be there in about an hour. According to the National Weather Service, there is some storm damage there. So as you take a look at these roads right now, I want to let you know that it's kind of been a tricky night overnight here because there have been network issues with the National Weather Service. Those issues actually started around 12:15 to 12:30, and they are still down right now. So meteorologists can actually only track lightning at this point, and most of those predictions are about tornadoes in the area. Those are coming from the lightning right now. So St. Louis is actually getting backup data from Kansas City to help with the severe weather right now, and this National Weather Service network issues, that's actually nationwide right now. So that's something that our meteorologists overnight, Scott, Anthony, and Gary, have been dealing with right now, which makes this even more interesting, the severe weather that we have right now. Take a look at this video. We actually got it overnight. This is video shot by our Megan Kernan. It was over in Swansea. You can see just how heavy that rain was coming down overnight. That was taken a few hours ago. And then if we